Hallo, Test, 1, 2, 3, Test. Postdoc Academy, Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Checkt das da gerade jemand dann? Hallo? Vielleicht lieber ein Handmikro? Handmikro?
Ja, ich habe es alles runtergeladen.
Machen wir eine Einstellung? Ja, alles. Ich habe es nämlich jetzt. Ja, nur die Eingangsfolie jetzt. Genau, und vor der Keynote, dass du nochmal in die PowerPoint bist.
Ja.
Das ist ja streamen, dann schön bei hinter mir dann. Okay, good morning.
Ah ja, okay.
Haben wir einen Stift? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Please have a seat. Welcome to the 2025 Postdoc Career Fair, organized by the Postdoc Academy of the Berlin University Alliance. Thank you so much for coming. So get settled in. I would like to thank Regina and the team of the Postdoc Academy for organizing this. And yes, I hope you will have a good time. So now I will go on and introduce the Vice President for Research of the Humboldt-Universität zu Berlin, Professor Christoph Schneider, who will give you a welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Caroline, for the introduction and invitation to be here this morning. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, and above all, dear postdocs, I'm delighted to welcome you today to the Berlin University Alliance's second postdoc career fair here at Tieranatomisches Theater. I don't dare to try to translate this specific term into English. Well, before I start, you know, I'm a climate scientist. I've been cycling from Schöneberg this morning to Mitte. There is a saying in climatology and climate sciences where it goes, climate is what you expect and weather is what is there. And since it's a little hot this morning and I'm just sweating from biking from Schöneberg to Mitte, bear with me, I'll put off my jacket. Thanks, Sabine. So the postdoc career fair is about looking beyond academia, or to put it another way, of stepping out of the laboratory, the library, the classroom, or your office. I'm sure that you are in the right place. Hesitate to pursue this path again. In this vein, I warmly invite all those considering this route, do not be deterred from pursuing your academic aspirations in any ways. It is important, however, to follow and scout the path that fits you and your interests best. With that in mind, today's career fair is designed for all postdocs. Those who are pursuing a career in academia, just as well those who are considering their options, and of course, those who feel quite certain about wanting to leave the alma mater's well-fenced playgrounds. The postdoc career fair aims to help you explore careers outside of academia and to gather ideas about where your professional journey might lead to. And the good news is, unemployment among doctoral graduates is consistently low in Germany, ranging between 1% and 2% after graduation. And academics with a doctorate often are very successful in the non-academic job market in the long run. The success is not only satisfying for them personally, but is also valuable for society and much needed in our economic situation. However, the transition from academia to the non-university job market can be challenging at times. On the one hand, due to our high level of specialization and qualifications, some companies and organizations may perceive you as having only limited experience. We know it's not true, however. And on the other hand, those willing to transition to another career might not have a clear understanding of opportunities available outside of academia. You're highly specialized experts, and you know best which professional activities fit your skills, goals, and needs. Maybe imagine your career development and the next steps as a new, small, qualitative, maybe also quantitative research project. So this may be the kickoff workshop for your research project on non-academic career opportunities. At first, you might need to formulate a research question or a working hypothesis. For example, research questions could be: which activity best matches my skills and my vision of a successful life? Or, to put it more broadly, which job will make me happy and secure my livelihood? Or consider, where and how can I contribute to making the world a better place? Whether it's addressing climate change, social inequality, or promoting peace, to have like the real big ones as aspirations on your marking book. Or you might simply ask yourself, where can I earn the most money based on my skill set? I think this is also a very reasonable and well-placed question. Based on such assessment, on such research questions, it is then necessary to gather information that is to enter the phase of fieldwork. This involves self-reflection. What skills do I actually possess? How does a good life look to me? What makes me happy? What do I need? So generally speaking, those who have worked successfully in research, as long as you have, likely developed the following skills: analytical thinking, a problem-solving mindset, a sense of organizing your work, the ability to tolerate frustration, I'm sure you know all about that, and an unshakable determination to deliver the best results even under precarious conditions. So further, you also need information from the outside world to answer these research questions. In which companies and organizations are my skills in demand? How much can I learn and where? Which organizations align with my values? It is precisely this survey phase, this fieldwork phase of your career research project, with the aim to gather data in the real world through surveys, observations, or collecting artifacts, that we want to facilitate with today's event. Today, almost 50 people who work outside of academia join us here on the different podiums and in the exhibition area. Some have transitioned from academia or now work in human resources departments in either companies or other organizations. All of them can speak extensively about entry paths, required skills, earning potentials, goals, values, or how their organizations contribute to make a difference. They know how to translate the skills you have acquired in academia so that they resonate in a non-academic setting. Every one of our guests is eager to share their knowledge and experiences with you. So my recommendation for today is use this wealth of expertise and collect as much data as possible. Take a circular approach, similar to qualitative research. Test and reject some of your hypotheses. Most importantly, develop new ones, and so forth. Then pursue these by talking to representatives of specific organizations, key people, alumni, friends, or acquaintances. Find out step by step which job suits you best, how to get there, and what is important for an application. Gain further experience in new positions. You may find an even better fit down the road, so nothing needs to be settled once and forever. The point of this career research project is not to write a much-cited publication, but also worthwhile maybe, but rather to develop a useful compass for your own career planning. This should help you find the best possible job for yourself and enjoy it in long term. May you contribute your creativity, your unique skills and experiences to society for the benefit of all. Well, a big thank you to all of you, our guests who are here today and who are reporting from the field. You are the heart of this event. And a special thanks also to the team at Humboldt Graduate School and the Postdoc Academy of the Berlin University Alliance who organized this event. So I think that one of the main achievements of the Berlin University Alliance over the last years really has been that we are having a much broader perception of what is needed for early career researchers, and the objective for promoting talent that has set up things like the Postdoc Academy and this Career Day really has done a great job in the last years. We hope to defend the Berlin University Alliance for acquiring its funding for the second funding phase later this year. And this event is, I think, a very good showcase of how we have made good use of the excellence money within the German Excellence University system to support early career researchers in their aspirations. So my final piece of advice for researchers and kind of everybody, stay curious and stay true to yourself, because this is the only real compass that should be your guidance along this path. I wish you an inspiring and insightful day with many enriching conversations. Gather as much empirical material as possible for this lifelong research project, which is your career. Before closing, please accept my apologies. There is the university board meeting of Humboldt University this morning starting at 9 o'clock or so. I have to rush over to the main building, join my colleagues to get our university on track and forward. So thank you very much indeed. Have a great day.
Thank you, Professor Schneider. We'll just wait a second. So it's a hot day. Thank you for participating on such a warm summer day. Please make sure you keep hydrated. There is water also in the room here. There. I would like to extend a very special welcome to our guests from the International Staff Week at Freie Universität, who came from different countries, who flew in from Japan, from Ecuador, from Uzbekistan, from Ghana, just to mention a few, and they all work in the support for postdoctoral researchers at their home universities, and they're here today, so thank you, Nadia, for organizing, and welcome. There as well. Thank you. So just a couple of information concerning today's schedule. Behind me you see the program for today. The important information is that it will take place in 2 venues. So this is one venue, and that's the other venue I think you saw when you entered. It's the HGS, and there we have 2 rooms. So we have the ground floor and room 144, and then the Festsaal, which is on the on the 2nd floor. So catering, and for the lunch break, you will find snacks and food on the ground floor, and also at the Festsaal on the 2nd floor. I think this is important information since you might be going from one venue to the other, since we have parallel panel sessions. So here on your right side, you will see the panels that will take place at HGS venue, the other building. And on your left side, you will see the panel discussions that will take place here. So upcoming, we will have a keynote, and then we have the panel discussions, and the closing lecture will also take place here. And for the market fair, you go to the other building on the second floor. It's a very big place, and you will see the companies and like the market fair. We also will have a postdoc speed dating that will take place during the lunch break in the garden, since it's a very nice day, so you can go outside and participate if you want to. Yes, lunch break is from 1 to 2, and yeah, then we'll have 1 hour of postdoc speed dating. So if you have any questions, you can always ask me or the organizing team, Regina, and there are many of my colleagues running around. Yes, when you entered the other building, there are my colleagues at the information desk. So if you have any questions, you can always ask them. We also have QR codes. There is, I think we have it here, the agenda and booklet if you want more details on who's speaking, who's attending which panel, and you would like to have more information on the schedule, but also on who's participating in what session. You can always check on the agenda. And here is the schedule for this venue. I have already mentioned. We already heard Professor Schneider. And now we will come to our first, let's say, session of today here in this venue. I would like to introduce Kirsten Rode, who is Managing Director of FLD, Female Leadership Development, and she's a leadership consultant in the area of gender equality, diversity, and female empowerment within organizations, and she assesses these organizations through strategic implementation of these areas, and she will talk today about peer review and performance review. So her title is From Peer Review to Performance Review, Same Intelligence, Different Metrics, How Postdocs Can Thrive in Business Careers. So welcome, Kirsten.
Thanks for this introduction, Caroline. Thank you. So we're just waiting for the slides to be set. And I'm very honored talking to you this morning because my father already started here, so probably he's been in this room before. Yeah, glad to talk to you this morning about your, oh, I'm sorry, yes, okay, doing this. Glad to talk to you this morning about your possible upcoming transition. All of you postdocs, all of you standing at the edge of something new, while the representatives of the corporate world today are looking for new talents. What a great opportunity today. Some of you are coursers, some of you might be curious, and a few might secretly be thinking, am I about to throw away many years of my academic life if I go into industry? Let's unpack that. Because the truth is more liberating and exciting. How useful is your academic experience in industry? Let's start with the elephant in the room. And the honest answer is, it depends, but not in the way you might think. Yes, your technical expertise can be incredibly valuable. You might bring cutting-edge scientific knowledge into a company's R&D department. You may provide analytical rigor that reshapes a product strategy. You may know more about a specific molecule, data model, or behavior than anyone in the room. But here's the catch. Some of your academic work might not directly translate, at least not in the way hiring managers think about applicable expertise. The real question is, do you want to work in industry as an expert or a generalist? Experts go deep, close to the field, and often land in R&D departments, analytics, or clinical regulatory roles. Generalists branch out into consulting, operations, management and leadership, communication. Either path is valid, and it might change over the course of your career. But your journey begins when you decide which role suits you best. Let's be honest, life in academia is amazing, but also perhaps a little strange place. You're surrounded by highly motivated, curious, fast-learning people. It's a bubble of brilliance. And because you're always comparing yourself to your peers, you might think, I'm just average. I'm nothing special. What can I bring to the table? That's wrong. You're just surrounded by other outliers. And in industry, your skill set stands out more than you might perhaps realize yet. Take a moment to list what you've already done in your postdoc. Not just the experiments, the publications, but the coordination, mentoring, troubleshooting, writing, analyzing, presenting. These are serious professional skills and competencies. So you've been a team lead, strategist, communicator, conflict negotiator, even if your title never said so. So become aware of that. Let's talk feelings. Leaving academia often feels like standing at the edge of a cliff with no map. And you may wonder, what do companies expect from me? Am I going to be underqualified or overqualified? Will I fit in? The truth is, you're stepping into a world where the rules are different, but not unknowable. Think of it as a new ecosystem. Instead of citations, you'll track KPIs. Instead of peer review, you'll get performance feedback. Instead of working for knowledge, you'll work with knowledge to deliver results. It's not better or worse, it's just different. Let's make some honest comparison. As the next slide might already show, there are some main differences between industry and the academic world. For example, the knowledge creation versus publication and publication against problem solving in industry. It's at the university academic world more about individual branding and in the business world about company success. Let's make some further comparisons. Depth and nuance versus speed and efficiency, individual expertise versus team performance, curiosity-led versus outcome-driven, discoveries versus deliverables, long timelines versus fast iterations, and let's explore versus let's execute. And what are the values in the industry and the corporate world? In other words, it's not about what you know, it's more about how you work with others and apply it. So these values are more about communication, collaboration, decision-making, and adding value in terms of business awareness. Let's reframe this transition. You're not starting over. You're just redirecting your expertise. Many postdocs see themselves as not business ready. That's a myth. You just haven't been taught to see your experience through a business lens. Shift from identity-based thinking, I'm a scientist, to more value-based framing, like I'm a data-driven problem solver. I design and manage complex projects. I create clarity out of ambiguity. How does that sound? You're not faking it, you're framing it for a new audience. Try these upgraded titles: strategic thinker, evidence-based decision maker, analytical project lead. Let's get practical. You've already achieved a lot. Now the question becomes, how do I reposition myself so that others, especially the reps of the corporate world, see what I bring to the table? This transition isn't about becoming someone else. It's about translating who you are into a new language, the language of industry. Let's walk through 3 key steps. Before you send out a single application, hit pause. Why? Because if you don't know what you want, you'll end up chasing roles that might not fit. And that makes the job search frustrating and confidence draining. Let me ask you a few, perhaps uncomfortable questions, but essential ones. They might not be easy to answer now, and they can shift over time, or the answers can also shift over time during your career. But the clearer you are, the more strategic your transition will be. So which parts of your current work energize you? Is it the data analysis? Is it the people management or the writing? What are your values? Is flexibility important for you? Is it prestige, the income? It's also important. Work-life balance, relocation? Or what are your constraints and preferences? Do you want to stay in one city? Are you open to relocating and traveling, even abroad? And most importantly, where do you want your career to go long term? What kind of impact do you want to have? Just looking to the audience, perhaps you already have some answers. Self-awareness isn't soft, it's strategic. Secondly, building an industry readiness and build a professional portfolio. Now, just because you're not yet in industry means you can start speaking the language. One of the biggest misconceptions I often hear from postdocs is, but I don't have any business experience. That's almost never true. What you don't have sometimes is business language. And that's a fixable problem. So build a professional portfolio, not a list of publications, but a curated set of experiences that show what projects you've led, what problems you've solved, what impacts you've had on teams, processes, and results. The kind of storytelling is pure gold in job interviews, and it will also boost your confidence. Second, understand how industry talks. You don't need to be fluent in finance or have an MBA. Just enough to wisely not, my gosh, if someone is talking about EBITDA and you don't have any clue about it, just Google it afterwards like the rest of us does. You should be able to follow a meeting understanding what customer value means or explain what you did in terms of outcomes. So where do you start? Take a short online course about business strategy or marketing. Read the business section of the newspaper once a week. take a look at some TED Talks from CEOs, or follow companies you're interested in on LinkedIn. You're not trying to be a business person yet. You're trying to understand how they think and talk. Translate your strengths. That's the fun part I love. Into terms that industry understands and values. So you can take a look at some of the examples, and you see them on the slides, and I will bring them to life here, a little bit at least, some of them. So grant writing, that's not just academic bureaucracy. That's persuasive communication under competitive conditions, often with external stakeholders. That's gold in sales, development consulting. Data analysis, no surprise here, that's business intelligence. It's about data using to make decisions, reveal insights, and guide action. Every company wants that. Lab management, that's also cross-functional team leadership. You coordinated people, budgets, timelines, equipment, often with competing priorities. That's leadership, that's management, and it goes on. I won't go through all these examples, but like curriculum designs, learning and development strategy, conference organization could be event and stakeholder management, peer review, quality control and compliance, teaching and mentoring, you probably all did, internal training and people development, nothing else. Internal journal publications, technical content creation. There's one left, I think, research design versus product testing and process optimization. That's not about overselling. It's about making your experience visible to a new audience. When you change the framing, you reveal your value to the corporate world. Now, find the right job or let it find you. Here's something that might surprise many of academics. In industry, being found is often more powerful than applying. You've probably spent your career searching for opportunities, fellowships, grants, job postings. But in the corporate world, recruiters do a lot of the work if you let them to. This starts with your LinkedIn profile. It's not your CV, it's your storefront. And no one wants to walk through it if it just says miscellaneous stuff in Times New Roman. So be clear about what you're looking for. Open to roles in healthcare strategy or seeking opportunities at the intersection of science and communication. Use industry-friendly terms. Instead of saying, ran a research project on fungal genomics, say, I led an international project with cross-functional collaboration and budget responsibility. Sounds different. You don't need to downplay your science. You just need to translate it. And yes, put yourself in the recruiter's shoes. What would they be searching for? Transcriptomics? I don't even know what that is. Maybe not. But they might search for data-driven biology or bioinformatics project lead. And also, don't shy away from putting yourself out there. It's okay to appear more confident than you feel. Everyone does that, even the confident people. Confidence isn't a trait, it's a practice. You have to train it as well. I have to go one slide back because this is a very important topic I want to talk to you about. So what prevents women from success, especially women? especially high-achieving women, to add. Studies show that women apply to jobs only if they meet 100% of the requirements. Men apply to 60% or even less. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to stereotype, but this is a significant difference, and we could copy that. This means you might be eliminating yourself from roles you're already capable of doing. Job ads are wish lists, not checklists. If you can do 60% and you're eager to learn the rest, you're ready to go. So just hit submit and send your application. Let's talk about a topic that makes many of us feel uncomfortable a little or more: self-marketing. I know what some of you might be thinking. Isn't it a little bit salesy? Shouldn't my work speak for itself? Or my personal favorite, I'm a scientist, not a brand. I can hear you, but here's the deal. If you don't market yourself clearly, confidently, and strategically, people will default to their own assumptions. And in industry, assumptions don't get you offers. Visibility does. So today, we'll talk about why self-marketing matters, and especially for women, but for all genders as well, the typical traps brilliant women fall into, and how to upgrade your visibility, confidence, and presence. Let's start with a reality check. In academia, it's a little bit different. We're trained to let the work speak. Citations, publications, awards, that's your reputation. In industry, it's a little different. People want to know, what is it like to work with you? How can you translate complex ideas into actionable decisions and deliverable results? Can you lead, influence, and persuade? And they won't find you just by reading your CV. You need to signal your value in meetings, on LinkedIn, in interviews, in meetings, in casual network chats. Self-marketing isn't about inflating your ego. It's about bridging the gap between who you are and how you're perceived by others. It's not vanity, it's visibility. So let's talk about a few classic traps. If any of these sound familiar to you, you're in very good and very intelligent company. The invisible achiever trap. And if you perhaps are wondering why there are only women on the slides, I started creating these comics with AI, putting in scientists, and there were only men popping up, so I decided to make a counterpoint here. And it might apply to all genders. So the invisible achiever. You deliver high-quality work, meet deadlines, and support others. But you really don't talk about your accomplishments. You say we when you mean I, and you avoid the spotlight. You hope someone will notice, but they often don't. Practice saying I led, I contributed, I was responsible for, without blushing or blackpedaling. Showing your achievements isn't arrogance, it's accountability. The apology habit. This sounds like, sorry if this is a stupid question, I'm not sure if this is relevant, but I'm probably not the best person to answer. You preemptively undermine yourself often before someone else had the chance to. Swap from sorry but to here's my take, or I might be wrong, based on my experience. The idea is not to fake certainty, it's to repeat your own voice and respect it enough to give it space. The qualification collector. That's a very familiar one to me before I became a freelancer, to be honest. You think you're not ready to apply for that new role because you haven't done anything and everything on the list. So you keep collecting certificates, courses, maybe a second postdoc. Try to find someone laughing here. just to feel enough or good enough. Shift your mindset from qualification to readiness. Ask, can I learn this? Instead of, have I already done this? And remember, men apply when they meet 60% of the requirements, women wait for the 100, so let's fix that gap. The underseller. In job interviews and also networking events, you downplay your achievements. You might say something like, I did just some data analysis, or it was a small project, or it wasn't anything groundbreaking. Meanwhile, your colleague turned his bachelor thesis into cross-sector research initiative and got the call back from HR. So upgrade your vocabulary. Just some data analysis into delivered actionable insights using statistical modeling. Or a small project, managed a time-sensitive pilot study under resource constraints. You all did that. It's not bragging, it's just translation. So, how to strengthen your self-marketing without feeling fake? Let's be honest. Many of us say, isn't that a little bit icky, performative, like you're pretending, feeling unauthentic? So here's the catch. Reframe it as communication, not as performance. You're not selling yourself like a product. You're telling your story so that others can understand, trust, and connect with you. Start to talk in outcomes, not activities. Instead of, I taught undergraduates for 3 semesters, switch to, I designed a delivered course that increased student pass rate for 20%. Everybody will love that. Prepare an elevator pitch. Have a 2-minute version of your story ready, clear, confident, and tailored to your audience. This might change depending on whom you speak to. Include what you do best, what motivates you, and what you want to do. I have an example. I'm a neuroscientist turned data-driven strategist. I thrive on solving complex problems and helping teams make decisions based on evidence. I'm now looking to bring that mindset into the health tech space. Use LinkedIn like a lab bench. If you're not on LinkedIn yet, consider it your new public lab notebook, where you show your thinking, where you share what you're learning, where you comment on articles and connect with people. It doesn't have to be daily. It just has to be visible. Post idea, a scientist transitioning to industry, I'm learning how to communicate insights in ways that influence decisions. Not just generate data, curious how others might have bridged that gap. That's self-marketing. And it builds your network only by posting. Give yourself permission. Here's the most important part of today's message. You don't need to become someone else. You just need to stop hiding who you already are and bring it out in the world. The skills, the intellect, the work ethic, you already have them. Self-marketing is about how you let others see them, understand them, and remember them. That's not waiting for a stamp of approval. You're stepping into your next chapter, and you're writing the introduction in bold. And next time someone says, tell me about yourself, this will happen today, I can promise, smile, and say something that justifies your story. Let's talk applications. Too many academic CVs are a list of tasks and titles, but companies don't want a list. They want a story. In your cover letter, tell them why this role makes sense for you. What motivates you about their mission? How does your background equip to contribute? Then make the math. You're looking for someone who can lead cross-functional teams. Here's how I led a collaboration across 3 labs on 2 continents. Or you want strong data analysis skills? Easy. I built a pipeline that saved our team 20 hours a week. Think of your CV as a brochure and your cover letter as the pitch. When it comes to job interviews, preparation is key. Rehearse out loud with a friend. Practice, get feedback, practice again, and become better. Expect also some companies running assessment centers. There might be a case study, a role play, additional tests, but this isn't a test of knowledge. It's a test how you think and communicate. And you're well prepared for that. Use the so-called STAR method. I love that one because think of you as a star that shines. Describing the situation you've been in, the task you had to fulfill or the objective you wanted to reach, the goal, the actions you took, and the results that came out of it. It's a good structure that may help you even if you aren't prepared for a question. And don't worry, the skills you already used in daily research, in discussions, in teaching, they will serve you well here. Why networking matters more than you think, also in academia, but especially in the corporate world. Networking is more, or is not begging, it's more than that. Once again, it's bridging. In academia, you're trained to let your work speak for itself. In industry, your work still matters, but it doesn't speak unless you speak. This is very important, really often underestimated. And it goes on, because more than 80% of the jobs are filled through connections, not code application. So start building a network. Whom do I know? And that means no matter how polished your CV is, it's invisible, unless someone sees it. So here's the kicker. Industry doesn't hire the best candidate, they hire the least risky, most visible one. I hope the reps didn't hear that. At least the most visible one. Yeah? So ask yourself, who knows what I bring to the table? And even more important, who's talking about me when I'm not in the room? So make people remember you when it comes to the question, do you know someone that might fit in here? And if the answer is no one, this is your next project. Strategic networking isn't random small talk. It's about handling out. It's not, I wanted to make a joke because I come from Cologne and I like that one. This isn't about handing out business cards like carnival candy. I call it career field work. It's about identifying people in the roles, fields, or companies you want to explore and learning from them. Start with former researchers who've moved into roles you admire. Search LinkedIn job titles, not job postings. Filter by company, location, or university alumni. We didn't have that when we finished studying, so it's very comfortable, called internet. Message with intent and clarity, not desperation. Try this. Hi Julia, I came across your profile while exploring careers in medical data science. I really admire how you transitioned from academia to industry. Would you be open for a short 15-minute chat? I'd love to ask you 2 or 3 questions about your role. You're not pitching yet. You're just listening and learning. Let's get practical. I love that one too. You don't need to message 100 people. Here's a simple but powerful structure. Just choose 5 roles or fields you're interested and curious about. Find 5 people in that role, ideally with diverse backgrounds, so they can deliver diverse information. That's 25 strategic conversations. It's not overwhelming if you're doing 1 or 2 conversations per week over the next 3 months. And it will give you vocabulary you can use in interviews, insights that aren't on job descriptions. This is also quite an important one. Advocates who might refer to you for real roles. Remember, clarity comes from conversation, not contemplation. Once they say yes, don't wing it. You're here to learn, not to impress. Here are 3 questions you can always use. What does a typical day look like in your daily role? What surprised you when you made the switch from academia? What advice would you give someone with a background trying to pivot into this field? Listen actively, take notes. Don't ask for a job, ask for guidance. Then follow up, say thank you, share something you've learned. Yeah? That's how a relationship begins. The magic of networking is this. You're not gathering information, you're already building your visibility. When they hear of a new role, you're now someone they think of. When a recruiter asks for referrals, you're not invisible anymore. And when you do apply, you'll often have someone inside to flag your application, endorse your skills, or offer you real insight. I already mentioned that before, because in industry, who knows you often matters as much as what you know. So what can you do today? It's a great opportunity. So attend the panel discussions, listen closely to the stories, not just the successes, but also the struggles and backfalls and how they've been overcome. Ask questions. Any questions you're holding back is probably the one another person is afraid to ask. Speak with the company reps. Ask what problems they try to solve and where your expertise especially might fit in. Seize the great opportunity, we talked about that now. CV check and counseling, how to conduct interviews, the chance of networking. It will be a great day. For the next 30 days, write your industry identity statement. Translate your strengths. Conduct 3 informational interviews and apply for 1 real job, even if it feels like a stretch. Gonna promise me? Yes, you already have what it takes. Now shape it, show it, and share it with the world. And remember, you don't need to reinvent yourself, just repackage, preferably with a good tagline and decent lighting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kirsten.
Yeah, thank you.
No, please stay. I know it's very, very hot and you're all dying to get out of here, but since you said 80% likelihood of getting a job through conversation, let's stick here just a couple of minutes and you can ask your questions. I know it's really hot and then we'll have a break, but take the opportunity and ask questions to Kirsten, if you have any.
Whatever you want. I mean, whatever question you have, I try to answer it. Yes.
Thank you very much for very nice presentation. How
Yes, a very good question. To be honest, there are often no easy answers because it depends which company you're looking for or where you want to apply, because there are many companies in Germany only speaking English. Yeah? So look out for them if you're not willing, or if you don't want to learn German, or if you're just short time here. So yeah, look for companies where the language is English. So it's not, I mean, for some companies, to be honest, it's a precondition, yeah, but for others, it's not. So look for the others. Yeah, I haven't seen the hands rising. Yes. Well, this is a long time ago, and perhaps it was a different time. We read newspapers at that time, looking for job offers, and it was quite big. So there were many opportunities, and I really didn't know where to start. What I was convinced of was I wanted to become a leader. I knew that. But I thought, I'm not ready yet. So, trap, yeah? You can do better. And I just starting in the financial industry as a generalist, and I learned a lot. And I built the basis, and then I waited for the opportunity, and I share a personal insight with you. I failed. I applied for a leadership position and I failed. Why? At the first time, because I didn't use my network. If I would have, I would have known that there's another person also applying for this job, having done it for 3 years before, doing it very well, and she got it. Yeah, okay. I don't want to go into detail. I switched to that department, and the next chance that was offered, I took it, and I became a leader. So, bottom line, just start. You can always take a new decision. You always learn a lot in each position you fulfill. So, stay curious and courageous as well. You can always take a different decision. You're welcome. Anything else? Yes. My time in HR is a long time ago, so that might have changed. But my recommendation would always be call them back. Yeah? Ask why you're not the person. I mean, sometimes it's also bad luck, to be honest. There's perhaps another person being better qualified, but often it's not the case. Sometimes you might simply be forgotten. You don't know. So just give them a call back and ask for reasons why you have not been chosen.
So this is, sorry.
Yeah, no.
This is a common trend that we can expect in India.
To be honest, I can't answer that because this is not my area of my work field today, but there are many representatives, many recruiters here. Perhaps you ask them the question. to be honest, I cannot answer it differently. Yeah? Okay. Anything else? Yes, up there.
Very nice presentation. I have one comment and one question. So the comment is, I think that nowadays it's easier to find a job. I mean, at least you can go to LinkedIn and see the job market there. But I think in comparison to what it was before, when we have 200 applications in one day. So I think this becomes more competitive nowadays. So in regards to the point you mentioned that you have to contact people that have your dream job to ask them for their experience and so on. Did you find in the past situations in which people do not answer at all when you reach to them and ask for them to have like this 15 minutes talk? And if you have so, how you handle the situation? Do you insist on writing them until someone replies, or how does it work? Because in personal experience it happens more often than not.
Yeah. Oh wow, you really have good questions. Yeah. Yeah, we often give up too early. Yeah, because if I would see a question, you're reaching out for me, writing me an email, for example, yeah? It could happen that with all the emails coming in every day, yeah, you go downwards and I forget about answering you because it's not my first priority at that moment. Yeah? So, yeah, I wouldn't give up too early. This would be my point of view. And to try 2 or 3 times, and after the 3rd time, if someone is not answering, then okay, then you have to accept it. Oops. You have to accept it, but very often, when it comes to, or let me reframe it a little bit, when it comes to marketing, I think they have a rule like, it's not my special expertise, you have to reach out for someone 7 times before it sinks in. So between 3 and 7 perhaps, yeah. Okay. Anything else? Yes?
Just a second, I will repeat the question because we're streaming, and so in order for the other people to hear. So your question is about spontaneous applications. Okay, so the question is spontaneous applications, especially in sectors where there might be a lot of competition, and as a way to stand out. So this is the question.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for helping me because it's difficult to hear. That's a good one too, and I would always recommend what I said sort of before, reach out to them up front. Yeah? Give them a call, ask questions, yeah, so you get information you can refer to. You can also find out whether this company fits or this job really fits, yeah, for you personally. And you can refer to that in your application. So thanks for the nice talk and the information. Other words, but simply said, yeah. So get into contact up front, have a chat. Try also to be connected with the specialist, for example, yeah? Because there are often 2 persons, the HR representative and the leader or the technical expert you work with afterwards. So try to get into contact up front. And you already stand out. They already know you. That's what I talked about before.
More questions? Here on the right, please.
Yes.
So it's mainly a follow-up of a commentary and a question. So the job market is insane. There's a lot of competition, and I'm coming from natural sciences, where we do the same things as more or less computer engineers, software engineers. So the competition is between academics and people who have experience in the field, being software engineers Because it's two great forces fighting together for the same.
Okay, the question is, in the sector of computer engineering, in general and natural science, there are two competing groups, the academics that may come from computer engineering or software development, and then the ones who have a lot of experience but do not have an academic background necessarily. So these are fields where there's a lot of competition. So the question is how to stand out in a field where the other group is a non-academic competitive group. But they have a lot of experience, so so how to underline and how to highlight the academic skills you bring to the table?
I thought I already answered it a little bit at least in my presentation. So really translate your strengths. Always also look what they are searching for and what kind of expertise you can bring to the table, what you've somehow done before. Yeah? So you can sell it also as business experience. Reach out to contact persons, try to find out, get information relating to that, making connections already to the industry you're looking for. Perhaps also look a little bit abroad. Yeah, what can you, I mean, there's a lot of competition for sure, but we have also a shortage in skilled labor market. Yeah? So there are many, many opportunities, and perhaps you could also rethink what else can I perhaps do with all my experience? Do I really want to enter that field, or do I want to look somewhere else to bring my expertise? I'm not sure whether I could really answer or give a satisfying answer.
I was wondering if there is a specific trait that academics have and non-academics don't, and I can leverage that.
Maybe that's also a question for our panels later, because there you have experts, and in different fields we have industry, startups, consulting, science management, non-university research institutions, and non-profit organizations. And I think we have 4 to 5 experts in every panel, so you can definitely keep that question in mind.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, the question is LinkedIn necessary, or if a person does not have a LinkedIn account, does it minimize the chances of getting a specific job?
I would say yes. I see your facial expression. Yes, because recruiters are looking, and it's the biggest professional network in Germany and worldwide as well. Yeah, so yes, simple answer. So start today.
So the question is, networking as a tool that Kirsten suggests, what about if people are not so extroverted and are not used to going to people they don't know to initiate a conversation about career perspectives? So are there strategies for introverts?
Also a very good one. I mean, I would also always say, try it, yeah, do it. Just because it takes perhaps a little bit more energy because you are more an introvert doesn't mean you're not capable of it. Yeah? So it's so important, professional networking, really so important for your further career. You can start with connecting via email, for example, yeah? Doing all the things we've already done. When you start a small talk, it's the most important person is standing in front of you. So you only have to listen. You just ask many open questions, so the other person will speak. And you refer to it afterwards. You actively listen to what they say. Yeah, most people like talking about themselves. So there are 2 points. You make them talk, and you get information you can use. This would be my recommendation, and doing it. Being aware, it takes a little bit more energy. Yes. Anything else?
There is a question up there.
Yes.
Okay, the question is what to not talk about or what to not ask. What strength, or let's say strength, if it's a strength, you should underline your strength, maybe. What to not say or what to not ask in a conversation, for example, in a networking situation.
In an interview, job interview, I got you right? For me, there are never any stupid questions. I mean, when I still was working in the financial industry and I facilitated the meetings when all the new employees were coming, so first day at work, let's put it that way, and someone was asking, how does it work, this is a sabbatical here? So first day I was a little bit astonished, but still, I mean, if it's important for you due to a certain reason, yeah, why not? I personally wouldn't start with that, but ask any question you want. Be self-secure and confident. Be prepared also for the job interviews. Ask questions. What questions do we have for the company? It's not only you applying for the job. Put it the other way around. The company is begging for you. Yeah? Then it feels a little bit different. Anything else? Yes? You're welcome.
The question is what skills and capabilities you could implement in formats like courses, workshops, additional skills that postdocs or PhD candidates should acquire in order to have better chances for a job outside of academia, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Depends on what you want in your life, where you want to go. Also referring to the question before a little bit, if you don't have really, I mean, you already have a lot of expertise. I'm absolutely convinced, yeah? So translate your strength to whatever job description you want to fit. You have to always think about what are they looking for, what do I have, how can I bring it to the table, what experience do I have? So then you have a lot of other strengths you bring with you. When you want to switch into a certain area, a certain field, like, I don't know, let's take finance because I work there. Then it might be appropriate that you do a course in finance. Like there's so many online courses, trainings you can do. Just doesn't have to be a study or a 1-year training. Can be already a small one. Just that you show you're interested, you're willing to learn, and you build a foundation for something new.
So the question is it's not about individual skills, but on a bigger scale, what skills and capacities should PhD candidates and postdocs have in order for a university to be able to implement a kind of format. I think this is also a question maybe for all the others who work in postdoctoral support here, since we have the opportunity of having international guests here who all work in that sector. That might be a great discussion also for the coffee break and the lunch break. Our colleagues from the Postdoc Academy might also have some insights on that, like if it's research data management or grant proposal writing. I think there are some, let's say, some common skills or learnings that would be helpful for PhD candidates and also postdocs.
Yes, thank you for helping me out here a little bit. Also,
Okay.
the second keynote might perhaps refer to that as well.
Yes, so we have lots of experts here. You can ask if you have more questions. Maybe you can take them with you, and let's have a little bit of networking in the coffee break, which will be in the other building, if I'm correct. Yes. So thank you so much, Kirsten Rode, again. And yes, thank you for being here, for participating, and for surviving the heat. So now you can get refreshed and have something to eat. Hi, welcome to the panel Industry, Private Sector. We're still waiting for 2 panelists, but we thought since we have 2 of the 4 already here, we would just start, and I will first present myself. For those who don't know me, I'm Caroline Bacciu. I'm Program Manager for Promoting Talent at the Berlin University Alliance, and I'll be hosting this panel here today. And our guests are Dr. Gerd Rapin. He's head of the working group Method Development for Mechatronics and Multibody Simulation at Volkswagen. And then we have Dr. Konrad Gronke. He's a senior scientist in Oncology Research and Development Group at Bayer. And also, my information said a drug hunter. I will ask you later what that is. It sounds interesting. Maybe you would like to say a few words about yourself, and we can yeah, I have some questions, but maybe in the meantime, our 2 other panelists will join. I will give you the microphone. There is one.
Yes, so then I'll start. Do we actually have the slide or not?
I will ask my colleagues for the respective slides. Maybe in the meantime, you can just...
Maybe quickly, how did they end up here, yeah? So originally, I was born just 50 meters away from here, yeah? So that's really back to the roots for me. And grew up in Berlin, and then I left Berlin to study molecular medicine in Göttingen. Did there my bachelor and my master, and afterwards I was looking for a PhD position. I thought immunology is actually the area that interests me most, and I went to the Max Planck Institute for Immunobiology in Freiburg and started my PhD there. And I joined a lab that was actually associated with the university clinic, and then the PI moved away. He moved away to Mainz, and as most PhD students do, you just move along with your PI. So then I spent most of my PhD time in Mainz doing research there. A lot about immune systems in the gut, tolerance, development of colorectal cancer, and how nutrients play a role there. And afterwards, I wasn't sure what to do. Yeah, I thought academia is probably not the right thing for me, and I really missed the chance to check out industry. And I really want to get to know industry. Maybe that is actually the path for me. And I found a postdoc program at Roche, which is a pharmaceutical company in Basel. So I went there and spent almost 4 years there doing research and learning how industry works, how the pharmaceutical industry thinks, what is important for them. And I realized this is really what I want to do, where I'm passionate about. Yeah. And I said, here I want to stay, or in this area I want to stay. And I was looking for other positions, and I found another one then in Bayer. It was a very good opportunity, as it allowed me to get to know another company, but also another field of research. So I'm now doing oncology research here in the Wedding campus, and we're trying to find new targets to cure cancer. Yeah. And talking about the drug hunter, what is a drug hunter? Well, it's a mindset, yeah, to be always open for inspiration, for serendipity, yeah, to be curious about the world, how things work together, and try to make the best out of your knowledge to help people.
Hunting. I was just do a follow-up question. So the drug hunting consists in, you said, the openness to maybe encounter solutions or components that you can then put into your research and work with it and develop it. So for you, because we're now, I think it also came up in the other talk, that the transition from academia to industry. So you said you were unsure at a certain moment. I think this maybe career insecurity or doubts that you had at that time, I think is something maybe some of us share. And could you maybe just elaborate on, did you get some coaching or did a workshop or ask someone for advice, like in those moments of, it's a huge life decision to go from academia to industry, so maybe you can talk about that a little?
Yes. So, as I said, I missed the opportunity during my PhD or earlier during the bachelor and master to get any exposure to industry. And then during my PhD, I realized that I was lacking something. So I tried to take courses from my graduate school or graduate program at that time to do like some application training, some project management, see how maybe projects or questions are handled in a very different setting. And then I reached out to former colleagues, which I knew, that ended up in industry, and asked them, how do you like it? What do you do? Any recommendations? And by chance, actually, the postdoc program, I was made aware from a friend, which he told me, oh, he joined that program 3-4 years ago, and that really helped him. And that's when I looked into it in more detail and realized this would also be a path forward for me.
Okay, so this in the previous talk we heard that 80%, or that is a big likelihood of finding a job more through conversations than through job offers. And you said you reach out to ex-colleagues of yours. So this is an interesting point. Maybe we can ask some questions later to that. So Dr. Gerd Ruppin, please. Yes. Oh. It's on, but it's not very. So I think you really speak into that.
So hello from my side, Gerd Ruppin, Volkswagen. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. So I studied also in Göttingen, but mathematics and public economy. And after my studies, I started as a research assistant directly at the same institute where I did my diploma thesis. It was about, a long time ago, it was about computational fluid dynamics and parallel computing and numerical analysis, so it's the area of mathematics. So this was my PhD thesis. I finished the PhD thesis in 2003, and afterwards I got a habilitation position at the same institute for another 6 years. Then I did several research stays abroad, and in Turin and in Paris several times. And after 3 or 4 years after I started my habilitation, I was searching for a permanent position. So I had this temporary position, and then I spoke to also this with regarding to my private situation. I was searching for a permanent position, and I was successful. I got a permanent position at the university. It was a position which was 50% research and 50% system administration. I had to take care of the computers of the faculty. But unfortunately, after some months, that this 50% system administration took 100% of my time, and there were no time left for any research. And at that time, I wanted to become a professor, and then it was clear wrong way. And then I started to apply also with the industry, and some months later, I had this permanent position for 1 year. At the end of the day, I moved to Volkswagen. And there, it was really a great opportunity. I could really continue the work which I did at the university in some sense. My first job was to improve an open source code. It is called OpenFOAM, and it's quite famous in the area of computational fluid dynamics. And I think I was successful there. I was able to improve the code together with the community, and we still use it today at Volkswagen. And 3 years later, I moved to another position at Volkswagen, and at that time it was mandatory at Volkswagen, if you would like to get to make some career, you had to move closer to the car development. So before I developed software code, and now it was clear I had to develop cars. So then I had a position as a project manager for some years in car projects. For example, I was responsible for the interior of the VW Tiguan, and after these several years, I moved back to the methods development, where I still be today, and I still work there now as head of this department, and my job is to improve, let's say, the simulation methods we use at Volkswagen. So which means my group is searching for new methods. We improve the methods we have. We look for new applications. We have a lot of discussions with software vendors in that area. And also, of course, we have some university cooperations still, also with the university, also with some of the university here in Berlin. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? I tried to explain why I left the university. I have to say, today, if I look back, it was at that time the correct decision, and I would do it again, like that. And, yeah.
So question, if you have questions, please raise your hands. I will, in the meantime, I will just ask, oh, there are questions. My colleague Jonas will be, yes, I will give a mic to Jonas, so he will bring a mic to you, so I don't have to repeat the questions you're asking, because they're important.
I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Gronke. Thank you for your presentation of your vita, and I kind of am at the same moment as you were before, after your PhD, and so I'm a postdoc now. My training's in adrenal and renal research, and as of now, I only had seen the academic field, and I'm interested in transitioning to industry. But at the same time, I'm also interested in transitioning into a different field of research. Right. So, and you did both of them. Do you have any advice how to do that?
Yeah, that is a very good question. So there is a certain discrepancy for industry positions, because they try to look originally for an expert for one field or one problem they want to tackle. And they will judge your application, how well you fit to that very, very specific profile. But usually the half-life of a project is like 1 or 2 years. So that means the thing you were hired for will not exist likely not exist anymore in 2 years, or even less. And then you have to be a general specialist, yeah, for everything. So how to overcome this is, I think that's one of the tricky questions, yeah. You probably have to look what makes you unique and special, where you can provide a value to the company, yeah? And this is not only your specific knowledge, but also it does involve it, of course, yeah? But you probably acquired a lot of additional skills during your PhD, your problem solving, your independence, that you can get information out of basically anything, yeah? And you have to match this to a position you're looking for, yeah? And then comes the next difficult aspects. You need to know what you want to do, right? So you said you would be open to transition also your field of research, right? So do you know what you want to do then in, I don't know, in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years? So you're making then already like, not a deterministic, but a choice in which path you choose, yeah? So then it will be difficult to find the right position. So when I was actually applying for industry jobs, I applied a lot and I got a lot of negative responses. Some even like from the computer within 24 hours. You know, you send out your CV and it immediately comes back, yeah, thank you for the application, you're great, but yeah, we're not looking for you. Yeah? And that also gave me a bit of experience what to look for in the job ad. And later on I realized I was applying to completely the wrong jobs. I just didn't realize it. I read it with my perspective and thought, oh, I'm a good candidate for that, but objectively I wasn't, yeah? So it took me a while to find my niche, to see where I would be competitive.
So a question to you both, maybe. How much of the work you're doing today in your current positions is linked to the research or to the discipline you were working in before?
Difficult question, I have to say. At the moment, I'm heading the team. That means real research I do not do any longer. So, which means I do not write papers or publications. But of course, I'm quite deep in the subject, and I discuss this with my team, of course, and I would say it's about 25% of my time. Something like that.
So I'm still heavily involved in research. I mean, it's a different field of what I actually did in the PhD, but I would still say it's the majority of my work. I would say like 50–60%.
Okay, it's interesting because it seems to vary according to the field, the company, and
Maybe also the state of experience, right?
of course, of the position. Yes. More questions. I don't know who was before. Let's take the closest one.
Hi, Dr. Gronka. Hi, Dr. Rapin. My question is maybe probably to Dr. Gronka, who can address it from his own experience. When you said you did a postdoc in a company, Roche, it was a postdoctoral program, I wanted to understand how was it different compared to an academic postdoc where you still invested heavily on doing research, or there was different aspects to it? And I have another question, but later on after you answer this.
Yeah, it's actually these postdoc programs, so they tend to be different between companies. So I know that, for example, postdoc at Bayer are very heavily involved already in portfolio projects, so really what drives the company forward. Postdocs at Roche, they are more seen as science ambassadors, kind of, yeah. So you get a lot of budget, basically, so you have a lot of resources available for your research. You have access to the facilities like an NGS facility, IHC facility, so immunofluorescence and histology facility. And so money is not the problem for your research, but collaboration, because what you do is kind of secret. So you cannot just go to the next conference and talk to like other experts in the field. What do you think about what I'm doing? Does it make sense? Can you help me? Can you give me input? Can you send me a plasmid? So this is like the easy solutions which you have in academia are not available to you when you do that in industry.
So basically vice versa. In academia you don't have money but you openly talk, but in industry you have money but you keep it secret. And so my second question was like, so I work in drug discovery and development, and
could you please?
I work in drug discovery and development, and that's also my passion to do hardcore research. And what I've realized is the limitation, exactly what you said in the previous thing, is the limitation in academia is of the funding. Sometimes you can see this from the very beginning, that you have a very small drug library to screen with compared to industries. So in this case, if one moves to industry just because of his passion to do research and still wants to be involved in hardcore research, does the industry give you this flexibility and independence like as you have in academia?
So for this specific case, probably depends on the size of the company. So if you go into like one of the big pharma companies, you will become more specialized in your niche. So for example, if you do the research, you will stay or mostly do the biology. If you're thinking about the screening, you would need to move into chemistry. So in the end, we all work together in a team, but everyone has their own their own niche and their own responsibility. So that means you could, of course, do a larger screen in a pharmaceutical company, but you might actually not be responsible for it. You might just see the results in the end. That's probably different in a biotech, where the functions are more generalized. So there, like a researcher might be involved in all the different aspects of drug development. And I also heard from some friends that went to biotechs that they really do everything. They even represent the company at some investor meeting. Yeah. So it's a great way to develop, but it has, of course, a higher risk potential, and it depends what you're looking for.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you. There's a question here, and then.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is more about the timing of making the switch from academia to industry? Like, is it the sooner the better, or can you always make the switch? Is there a certain window of opportunity? Is it at some point too late? What is your experience on that, maybe?
So I personally would say as early as possible to get your foot in the door, but this is not exclusive. So I know that a lot of companies also hire experienced professors that have like they're basically finished with their academic career to lead their departments. So you can also make the transition at later stages. And also, in the end, when you also look at entry position, who are you competing against, yeah? If there's like a research entry position, a lot of recent graduates from PhD will apply, but also a lot of postdocs. So the company would probably rather hire the postdoc than the fresh graduate, yeah, because the postdoc brings more experience. So there you have an advantage. But at the same time, you're also competing with people that have been exposed to industry, that maybe already made the switch after their PhD. And they bring their research experience plus the industry experience. And then the company would say, maybe that is better for my profile at that moment. So it's not universal. There's nothing that is not possible, yeah. But in my opinion, it helps to have the exposure as early as possible.
I think you have already said everything to that question. So it's the same with VW. I think the most natural point is directly after the PhD, but of course with your postdoc time you get some experience, and if this is useful for us, of course it would really help us for the hiring. And really look at your knowledge. What do you know? What you are able to do? And then if this really fits to your postdoc time, then it's a real plus. But if it doesn't fit at all, then you're just a little bit older. But nevertheless, it's possible, and we look for each candidate, and we look why he did that, and what he did there, and then of course it has interest.
Maybe to your last point, so at least for us, age is probably not so much of a factor, right? Because people can be older or younger. I mean, it's about the work they do in the end, right?
Yeah. Okay, next question.
Hello, my question is more to Gerd Rappin. And the thing is, I am in cognitive neuroscience, and I love it very much, but I would also like to, for example, work in a company and in data science. How can I apply, like, are there neuroscientists working at what's the car company? Volkswagen. Yeah, like, what skills would I need, and how would I proceed?
So I think at Volkswagen, it's a huge company, and so we have more or less every kind of qualification there. And in the last years, we have really searched a lot of data scientists. This is really a growing area there, and I think this will be the same in the next years. At the moment, I have to admit that at Volkswagen we really have to use our staff, and it's difficult to come in at the moment. But this is a typical cycle. We had this very often in the past. So there were times where we hire a lot of people, and there were times where we hired almost nobody. And at the moment, it's really difficult to come in at Volkswagen. But I think in 1 or 2 years, it can change completely. I don't know. So how can we proceed? Maybe you can just apply, and it's important really to show how do you have dealt in the past with data, and how you did it in the past. So if you have good examples also from the academic world, this also would help in industry. Because we really look in the hiring process, what did the guy do?
Thank you. So Dr. Svenja Kuna joined us now. She's the key account manager for Leica in Berlin. Would you like to say a few words about yourself? And we are already in the question and answer part of the session, so please.
So first of all, I'm sorry, I counted on 12 o'clock, so therefore
half an hour too early, but for you, obviously, half an hour too late. So, but yeah, to say about some words about me. So, I worked a long time ago, 25 years now. So, more or less, I'm rather someone from the industry than from science. So, you know much more about scientific new findings, and but at least I need to know what you are doing, because I sell you the microscopes or surrounding things that hopefully help you in finding out some potential great new things.
Thank you. And when you think back, you said it's a long time ago I worked in science. Can you remember the transitional moment when you said, okay, now I'm actually leaving science and I'm taking that step, that big career decision? Can you take us back to that moment, what you remember?
Yes, so I did my PhD in Hamburg, then I moved to Leipzig and as a postdoc, fantastic technique, 2-photon microscopy, that was the high-end stuff ever, and was happy to do this, but after 1 year I had 0 results, so really nothing. And I think you all know the frustration of 0 results, and then a microscopic industry came and said, what are you doing? And they just asked me if I would like to work for them. And I could imagine to work as a sales representative at that time, territory manager called. Well, and at least I was happy to do this step, to go out of science and yeah, to be in the industry.
So a question to maybe all three of you, or all have to answer, but what, or maybe get Rapin, when you think back the first time you entered Volkswagen, which skill set was the most important one that you took with you from academia and you said, oh, I'm so glad that this is what I come with, or these are skills I actually learned and practiced in academia and are useful to me now?
I think I already told you that my first position was the improvement of this open source code. And there I could really use a lot of things which I learned at the university or which I did in research. So I accelerated the code. This was parallel computing. I did a lot of computational fluid dynamics and numerical analysis, and also this I needed to improve this code. So it was really a perfect transition for me at that time. This is the first one, and what I really was really great at the beginning was my academic network which I had, and this was very useful also for Volkswagen, because I also had a budget where I could organize some realizations of code and so on, and I could ask a lot of I started a lot of collaborations with different universities, and I also established a colloquium at Volkswagen and these things. So it was really a great time, and I could really use my knowledge and the network. This was the main point, I would say. Soll ich noch lauter sprechen?
So everyone who speaks and has a microphone then, or who asks questions, please make sure you speak into the microphone, because we're streaming, and the other one said that they want to listen to your questions, but sometimes they cannot hear everything. Thank you. Do we have more questions here?
Yes,
oh,
up here.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. I have a question regarding transition to industries for non-scientists, in the sense coming from social sciences or humanities. For example, I'm specialized on China and Eastern Europe. So it's not that the transition obviously probably won't be that direct, so I will have to search a bit more for my niche. Where should I look? What's your tip? Thank you.
Okay, I will start. So first of all, I work in the R&D department at Volkswagen. Of course, there it is a little bit different for not if you're not an engineer, not natural sciences. But nevertheless, so we are really a big company, and yes, you have the procurement, for example, or you also have let's say marketing in the different markets. And there, of course, we need a lot of knowledge of the different countries, of the culture of these countries, and this is becoming more and more important for Volkswagen indeed, because we have started to construct cars or different cars for different markets. We try to specialize them for the markets, and therefore the cultural habits are really important, and we look more and more on these subjects. So of course, well, I would say there's no direct way, I have to say, but nevertheless it makes sense to look for that, because we at Volkswagen, we need this broad knowledge. And if you are a postdoc, you have learned to work for your own, you make your own research, you are self-independent, and these are really strengths which is really unique for postdocs, I would say. So we are really interested in these kind of people. But nevertheless, it's not so simple, I have to say. You have to find the right position. And yeah.
Honestly, so in the microscopy field, it's hard to get into it if you studied Chinese. What was that?
Eastern Europe. China and Eastern Europe.
China and Eastern Europe. So I wouldn't know how you would fit into this, but at least I think there are others. So if you are interested in sales, if you burn for sales, so then I think at least you can sell everything. And if it is in connection with something like Chinese products, or the connection between a Chinese company and to get into into the German market, so you have the knowledge of the Chinese culture together, as you are German, you know the German culture, to adapt accordingly. So why not? So we also have not just biologists or chemists or physicists in our community, so in our salespeople. So we also have someone who just has an MBA. So he studied economics. At least he has to learn quite a lot of things according to your application if you are a natural scientist. But he is also able to sell things because he's a sales guy. And this is, well, if you go to sales, you need to have some kind of sales gene inside that you would like to show up to people. And at least also from complete foreign scientists, why not?
For me, as a big question would be, if you want to keep on working in the field which you studied, or if you would be open to do something completely different. Because that of course opens different aspects job-wise, yeah?
I personally have the experience that there is a market, or what I'm hearing, for people who have skills on China, because it's not so common. So ideally there would be some connection, obviously, on the long term also, yeah.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
yeah, I think Mr. Papa, I cannot read your name, already gave quite a good hint for me actually what to look for.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're connected to the field you looked into before, yeah, you're of course more competitive, yeah, because you have the knowledge, you have more knowledge than other people, I would say, yeah. Like me, I know basically nothing about China or Eastern Europe, yeah. So if we would apply to the same position, you would have the advantage. But it also means you have fewer positions to choose from, right? So that is the balance you have to find. But otherwise, in pharmaceutical industry, we have a lot of contacts in, I mean, China is the second biggest market for pharmaceuticals at the moment, yeah, like on a country basis. There is a lot of interaction also with doctors and clinical sites across all Eastern Europe, where we also need people that stay in contact here. So there's a lot of opportunities, you just have to find some. That might be tricky, yeah.
I have a question. Not all of you, but you were in the privileged position. You had a company approaching you and asking you to work for them. Now, the sector of recruitment and also application changed a lot. We were talking about LinkedIn profiles before, and how to stand out and how to be competitive. Do you have recommendations that you would give to postdocs of, let's say, all the disciplines that you would say how to stand out, or is there something in your experience that is relevant to the current situation of recruitment and application?
So if you talk about getting into a specific company, or if you say this would be interesting for me, so at least you maybe know someone from this company and contact these guys. and just make the connection, ask the people. So I'm also from time to time asked like here or maybe here, and on workshops. So if we would have currently a position, and then I can say, okay, maybe we have something, because there is always something popping up, and there is fluctuation, and therefore the people in this company, usually they know about it, and so therefore get in contact with them. Or on the other hand, yes, LinkedIn is, I think, for me, my social network. I'm not on Instagram or TikTok or something like this. So LinkedIn is my, so depending on the age, I think, as well. So it's my social network and social media that I'm connected with, and I'm regularly looking at, and therefore, yeah, chat to me. And furthermore, I think it's also always good to have someone applying just for as an initiative application. Is it called initiative application?
Like a spontaneous application.
Spontaneous application, and we are always looking for people, and I think this is the same for other industries as well.
Unfortunately, I think initiative applications have a high chance of failure. They will either not be read, or you get like the very polite, no AI-based reply. Thank you for applying, but we are not looking for anyone at the moment. But LinkedIn is very good to see job opportunities, I think. And if you apply, we see your CV, we will go onto your LinkedIn profile. That's quite sure, yeah. And I mean, we will also Google you, so if anything else embarrassing comes up in the first 3 links, you should be aware of that.
Okay, there's a question.
Hi, here, yeah. Thank you so much. I have a rather general question to the panel. This is in regard to the career that I could possibly apply to. So I'm a particle physicist, and so most likely of the many professions that I can apply to, it's more or less on the software side as well. How big of a scare is AI to me? Like, because this is something that has happened in the recent like few years. So as experts who've been in the industry for so while, I'm curious to know, is there something that we can do to ensure that that our humanness, the human aspect of it, is given an upper hand? What can we do to ensure that we do stand a chance against not just the saturated job market that we have from actual people, but also with a competitive AI that could possibly do a lot of the work that a beginner could as well in the industry?
So yeah, at the moment I think it's a very tough situation at this point in time, because AI is just happening, and I mean, you studied a while, and I guess you started studying before AI was there, so you're not native to it in a way, yeah. And most things that cannot be done by an AI are the more advanced things, yeah. And especially entry-level positions are under threat from AI. Yeah, you assess that situation completely correctly. But from my experience, there are still a lot of aspects AI cannot do, or is just faking. And so we are quite into AI as a company. We have also our own setup there, yeah. But we have also experienced the limitations. So I think there is a certain hype, then there will be a disappointment, and then there will be the realistic expectation management for AI use. And I think, yeah, it will be tough maybe for the next couple of years, but you will have a market, yeah. So don't worry too much.
So now we have Sandra Kopp with us. Just 1 second, because I think it's necessary. So on behalf of the team, I apologize, because there was a mistake in the schedule. So you were both thinking that we would start at 12, but it was our mistake. So, well, the team's mistake. But still, we are very happy that you're here now, Sandra Kopp, and please keep in mind what you were saying, Gerd Rapin, because we're coming back to that. I will just briefly introduce our fourth panelist. Sandra Kopp is a senior recruiter at the KWS Group, an international seed breeding company. And maybe you can just say a few words about yourself so we know who you are, and then we come back to the discussion.
So thank you for being here, and thank you for big interest in that discussion, and sorry for being late. So my name is Sandra. I'm responsible for the recruiting of the IT and R&D people within KWS, and yeah, I'm a recruiter since over 15 years already, so I have quite some experience in HR topics, and I'm with the R&D recruiting since 5 years now. I'm working with a lot of PhD and postdoc people in our company, so I'm very happy to give some more insights. And yeah, I'm based here in Berlin, but KWS is mainly based in Lower Saxony in Einbeck. And as it is a seed breeding company, there is a lot of research and a lot of interest in having people with a PhD or postdoc in the organization. And yeah, happy to give some more insights during the discussion.
Thank you. So we come back to Gerd Rapin, you were saying.
Then I have the opportunity to comment also on this subject AI. So AI is at Volkswagen really becoming a bigger and bigger subject, I have to say, and also in my group I have at the moment 3 guys who are doing only AI. But I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is that you have the right data and that you have to, let's say, that you have an idea how to work with the data. And also there we have a lot of expectations. We had a lot of expectations in the past about AI, and now let's say it's a little bit settled down. It's more realistic, but nevertheless it's becoming a huge topic, and it's getting more and more. But it's not simple at the end of the day, because you have to work with data. You have to clarify the availability of the data and the access to the data, and you have to say also what you can do with the data at the end, how do you can judge the results, because it's not the same as a practical test. It's AI, and we have to look what does it mean at the end, what results we produce. The safety for a car is really mandatory, so we have to be very careful to make the validation with AI and so on. So, and this a lot of experience is needed, and at the end of the day, if we want to hire somebody with AI expertise, it is also always important that it has some application in behind. So for us it is interesting if he has already worked with AI in a project, because these limitations and expectations, this is the main topic for the guys at VW. It's not the AI method itself, it's more or less what can we do with it.
So, for example, we have software which uses AI, but this software needs to be programmed as well. So at least you need to understand what the AI does, but you implement that AI into a software which does the analysis based on AI algorithms. And therefore, I think I would be happy to have more people experience in software programming.
Maybe I could add some insights from our side. So for us, we are using AI mainly internally at the moment, because as you mentioned already, it's quite a challenge to validate how we could work with the data. And we have worked out with our software developers some tools that we could use, especially in the research area, to check about data that is already in the company, so that to find easier methods, validate, okay, what method would be the best for this kind of area. So the research team are using different software internally to research on methods or to exchange with each other, and also on the data side we try to implement it a bit more. But it's about data validation, and what we are searching for when we check for people is about having people that have the background and have an idea how with your background, you could have an add-on with AI. So how could AI help you with your knowledge to build up more knowledge or to use your knowledge in a better way? So that is what we are mainly focusing with AI on.
In your experience of a recruiter for many years, is there something in the recruiting process that you learned that you would advise postdocs and also PhD candidates, but here we're mostly postdocs, that you would advise them, that something you said, okay, a part of the expertise in the fields that the researchers bring, is there something you would recommend during the application process that they consider especially important?
I think, as mentioned, it's always good to have an idea, okay, how could AI support me in my research, support me in my work, and how have I maybe tried out things, yeah? So validate also what has AI given you as information and what has classical research giving you as information or as result. So to get an idea, okay, it makes the process faster or it gives you a better indication on that or this point. It's always about that you have the idea that this is not all the truth, so that the result from AI is not everything. Yeah? You really need to think out in what way is it helpful to implement it, and that there is good things and that there is also challenges in using AI, and that is really also important to already know when applying, so that you know, okay, we not just need an AI expert, we always need an expert that is able to use AI in a specific content.
And a part of AI, let's say, we talked about AI, but it's not the only thing that you can have expertise in and come into a job interview. What do you also feel is important for postdocs who want to make that big step from science into industry? What could be like an important advice for them?
Yeah, I think that is the most challenging part, yeah, to step from a university to industry. For us, what we're checking on is, for sure, there is this specific knowledge you need to bring to, and you also need to make clear in your documents what is the knowledge, what is the expertise you could bring. But it's also about, do you have an idea, what does it mean for you when switching to industry? What is your motivation, why you want to do that step? There is people that are really interested in the industry focus. There is a motivation more on the bigger picture. There's different reasons why you want to do that step. And for us, it's really important to get an idea, what is your motivation? Why you feel this is the right step for you? What is your idea? What does it mean for you? So it's one of my first questions whenever I'm doing interviews, so asking you, do you have an idea? What does that mean? And it's always good to have some internship, to have some exchange in a project with a company. Whenever you have a connection with a company in your project, that you use the chance also speaking to the people, saying, okay, what does it mean for you? What was your idea, and what does it mean in reality to really switch to industry, to get an idea that this could work for you as well.
So we have two questions, please.
Yes, thank you so much for being here and for your insights. I've got a question regarding entry-level positions. Because, for example, Dr. Grunke, you were so kind to share your CV with us. I saw within the last 3 years you moved through 3 different job titles, from junior to research specialist to senior scientist, which seems rather quick. And I guess I'm wondering, when I look at, so I'm also from natural sciences, when I look at entry-level positions, I feel like the junior positions are for people who are like technicians or have not proceeded a PhD, and then senior requires like 8 years of experience. And it's hard for me to estimate whether I'm overqualified for a junior position, especially with your prior experience as a postdoc. I was a bit surprised to see this, and I guess also to the others. I find the job titles in the industry sometimes very confusing, and I try to ask people about it, but is there like any common ground you can recommend to someone who has a PhD looking for these entry-level positions? Because sometimes behind one job title there's 7 different jobs, or one job has 7 different job titles, from my feeling. Thank you.
So from our perspective, I have to say there is not this one job title that would work, but I would also recommend you to not check for the really junior positions, as normally they are directly after study and mainly bachelor-master level. I would go for scientists, as this is quite general job title for having some experience in research, but not having a lot of experience in industry. Senior mostly means for us also some experience already in industry. Sometimes it's also suitable for postdocs, but I would better go for a scientist role. And just to manage a bit of expectations. So for us, it's really important when you join our company that you first get an experience in the industry and then you switch to a leadership role. So normally we're not hiring postdocs directly in a leadership role. So that is what I hear a lot in conversations with people in a postdoc level, that they directly want to switch to a leadership role, and that is for an industry perspective quite a challenge, because you need to really get an idea how a company works before you start a leadership role. Yeah, so feel free to check about roles that give you an idea about the content, what we are doing, how we are working, and then you could start to build a leadership perspective in the organization.
So we have to slowly wrap it up. Just quickly, Konrad Gronke, and then very briefly your question, which is the last for today.
So titles are vain. Yeah. I think I have 3 different titles, but the things I do didn't change in these years. Yeah. And unfortunately, they are really not normalized or unionized between different companies. So actually, what used to be a senior scientist at Bayer was, I think, a senior principal scientist at Roche. And I think a scientist at Novartis is someone who does not have a PhD. So it's completely messed up. What helped me is to look at LinkedIn for people at the company with the title that is advertised. So you look what like a senior scientist, junior scientist is doing in that company, see what experience the person has, and then match that with your CV, basically.
So last question for today for this panel.
Thank you. I work independently as a coach for graduates and postdocs for their career paths, and I have the impression or the experience from my consulting or coaching sessions that there's a great an idea of the private sector as a great unknown sphere with a lot of myths and ideas, what could happen there, or how working life is different in the private sector than in academia or in the public sector. So I would like to ask you, do you have an insight or an experience where you would say this thing would have helped me to know earlier before I transitioned into the private sector, helped me with my decisions, made something easier for me or something else?
So for me, what was surprising is, so there's nothing more constant than change in industry. So if you're looking to make this jump to industry to have like a permanent position or job security or anything, or that you know that you're going to stay in that area or even place for your whole career, that is unfortunately not happening anymore. So you have to find your happiness somewhere else and knowing what you are passionate about, what you want to do every day, or at least for the next 5 years.
So I think the panelists will also stay a little bit longer after this talk, because we have to close. Just a brief information, if you want to stay here, the next panel will be about startups. If you're interested in the panel non-university research institutions, please go over to the other building. Thank you. For the postdocs who are interested in joining this panel, please have a seat. And if you're more interested in the other panel, non-university research institutions is right now, but it's in the other building. I think you're all in the right place. You're here? Okay. So let's start. So we have our panel here today. We have 5 people. I will just briefly say just one word, and then they will present themselves. So we have here Katharina Heinrich. She's a consultant for aspiring entrepreneurs here at Humboldt-Universität zu Berlin. Then we have Doris Pololi, who's a program manager for the pre-seed program and early stage AI startups at Keats in the context of science and startups. Then we have Dr. Petra Riel. She's a scientist in sustainable materials at TU, and we have Nicolas Adamopoulos. He is in e-commerce in the fashion sector and created Talonic. And here, Ferdinand List, who is a co-founder of the AI software EOS. EOS, is this correct? So, welcome, and welcome to you too. So, I will give the first word to Katharina Heinrich, and then maybe you can just choose who talks next, and you just say a few words about yourself, and then we can go on to the questions.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. Thank you for the invitation. I'm super happy to be here and to tell you our main points about science and startups. I don't know if the presentation is on, not yet, but otherwise I can tell you something about us as an association.
Okay, we will look for the slides.
Oh, don't worry. So we are the startup incubator of the HU Berlin. We started out in 2006, but after a while we figured out that it's way nicer to bundle our resources, as did the Freie Universität Berlin and the Technologische Universität Berlin. So we became an association and are doing shared projects since 2016 already, where we had the first batch of Berliner Startup Stipend. So our goal is to become one of the main entrepreneurial institutions in Europe by 2030. And our goal is to inspire and support scientific founders to find resources, to find a business plan, and to make their idea a reality. My personal background is in venture capital and business design, so I'm always eager to listen to the ideas of researchers and to see how to monetize it, how to find a sustainable business model, how to empower you as a person and as a founder. And this is our shared main goal. And since we're working as an association, we tripled the resources. So compared to BUA, we have labs, we have many mentors, access to science, and we have different clusters when it comes to our standard programs like, for example, the Berliner Startup Stipend. The Humboldt University is focusing on society and sustainability. The TU is focusing on technology and resources. And the FU is focusing on health and prevention. But this is not our only focus. We also have different programs like our XG incubator, which is focusing on enabling, for example, 60 technologies. We also have GreenCam, which Petra will tell you more about in a second, and Keats, where Doris will explain the program to you. Did I forget any program so far? Of course, the leap with quantum physics. So if anybody of you is interested in quantum technologies, we have a space in Adlershof where we're crafting a network and a support network for aspirational quantum physics who want to experience entrepreneurship as well. Thank you so much, and looking forward to the panel discussions. Now I'm heading over to Petra.
Okay, is this working as well? Yeah. Hi, I'm Petra. I'm a biochemist, trained by heart, and not so many years ago I was sitting there where you're sitting right now. Afterwards, after my PhD, I was working in a startup developing a pathogen detection system for detection in water. Then I focused more on sustainability and became the cluster manager at GreenChem as one of the clusters of science and startups. I think we all agree when we say we have one lovely planet Earth, however we are treating it in not such a sustainable and environmentally friendly way. So we as Western society use resources if we would have 3.5 planets. But unfortunately we don't. So usually we are taking most likely fossil resources, making a product out of it, sell it in the end, and waste it in a linear economy approach. However, when we look in Mother Nature, there are so more sustainable ways how it can be done, because in nature there is no waste, as waste isn't waste until you waste it. So what is left over from one species is a resource for a different species. And this is working since millions of years in a circular economy approach, and is therefore also working within the planetary boundaries. You maybe heard of them already. So in the end, we have the 12 principles of green chemistry, which are the kind of guideline how we can copy also the ideas of Mother Nature and sustainable circular economy. That means, for example, to just briefly, it's a concept of using regenerative resources, but also using non-toxic catalysts and creating non-toxic products in the end. And also following a circular economy approach. So these principles can be applied on one hand side, of course, in your research. However, also the best academic research will only unfold its unsustainable potential when it's transferred to the market in the end. So therefore, we as GreenChem understand ourselves as bridge makers between the academic research, whatever links to sustainable materials, and to bring them to the market by technology transfer. So that means on one hand side you can spin out your idea as a starter, but on the other hand side you can also produce IP and license it, for example, to existing companies. And therefore creating impact from your research, like in German, you're creating knowledge, Wissenschaft, and also have then the impact on the market side. So what we are doing in the end, we have different formats, how you can engage on the first step, but also learn and start your own business idea, which is a kind of chemical-specific add-on offers to science and startups, which are providing how to pitch, how to do a business model, and all general topics which all startups need to learn. So, for example, for the engagement parts, you can explore the opportunities you have. We have, for example, industry on campus, a conference where you can get in contact with industry partners from the chemical field, but also the chemistry career talk, which is a panel discussion, and everybody is a chemist or a biochemist, chemical engineer, and so on, but moved into different directions. One became a professor, another one became an entrepreneur, another one is now working at the Umweltbundesamt and is affiliated with regulations, and so on. And basically we need all of them to be able to do the chemical transition towards more sustainable materials. Furthermore, we offer different options like the treasure hunting, where you can a format dedicated for researchers, where you can get IP, so a patent laying on the drawer, and it's not used, because on one hand side you need innovation, but on the other hand side you need also a team and people making out of it something. And in this case, the team is missing. So these patents for sustainable materials is used, and you can work on it. And then maybe also apply in Kickstart, which is a kind of challenge to show your idea, which can also come from your own research. So, for example, teams in our ecosystem are working on algae-based plastic foil alternatives, or on PFAS absorber materials in water treatment, or on thermal energy storage materials, or synthetic biofuels, and many more. And therefore, we also have an overview of it, but also on the job offers the teams in our community provide. So just last one, I would like to mention the grant we are giving out and have a call at the end of this year. That means you will get a kind of a Berlin Startup stipend for 1 year, but you have additionally money to acquire chemicals, for example, to make a product really. So it's dedicated for hardware innovations in the end. And applying there and also using then our infrastructure, our industry collaborations, our mentors and so on. So we are highly welcoming all interested people. If you scan the QR code or ask me later on more questions, would be really cool to see you there.
So I will continue then. Thank you so much, Petra. As Katharina mentioned, I'm Doris, and I'm the program manager of Bridge to Market at KIZ. KIZ stands for Künstliche Intelligenz Entrepreneurship Zentrum, and we are an initiative that started in 2021. We are part of Science and Startups, and we support specifically AI startups, so those teams that have a product having AI as its core. We are indeed publicly funded, so all the programs we have are equity-free and free of charge, which is pretty good, especially if you are at a very early stage. And we support a lot science-based startups. That's also why we cooperate with research centers and universities in Berlin, but also now expanding in other regions in Germany. Maybe a bit more about Bridge to Market, that's for validation phase. So if you have already an idea of developing an AI startup and you would like to validate the market or the technology, then this is a program that can support you in doing that. Before that phase, if you are at a very early stage, so you have an idea but don't have yet a concept, or also would like to know more about entrepreneurship and AI, we also have other formats. Right now we are developing a format for Berlin, which is ongoing actually these days at Google, which is called the Pool. But also we have often workshops, hackathons, and other formats to give you more opportunities to connect with entrepreneurs, our founders that are also here today, and also give you more information about how to develop your startup successfully in the future. So Bridge to Market indeed is a program that is going on for 2 times a year. So we have a spring batch and a fall batch, and at the moment we have the applications open for the fall batch starting on the 1st of October. So in case you are interested, also we are having our stand today in Luisenstraße, so the other building at the marketplace above. So please feel free to drop by. Katharina, I, and also Petra are there if you would like to have more information on our programs. And just FYI, also we have an accelerator program, which is for startups that are already legal entities, so already GmbH and UGs. So I think maybe in your case, you're more interested in our early stage programs. So that's why we are focusing maybe a bit more on Bridge to Market during this short presentation of what we are doing at KIZ. So shortly also here we have today Ferdinand, who is part of our Bridge to Market program and can give you more insights on his experience as a founder during the program, and also went successfully afterwards into Exist. You might be familiar with the Exist program already, which is basically one of the most famous programs in Germany for the incubation phase of startups. And also we have Nicolas, who is part of our accelerator program. And as they both come from science, or they have founders that have been part of research centers, they are here today to explain more about their experience from shifting to academia to entrepreneurship. So we are very much looking forward to hear also their experiences as founders.
Thank you. So Ferdinand, since you were mentioned, please.
Yeah, thank you, Doris. Happy to be here today. As Doris said, I'm Ferdinand. I'm co-founder of EAS. To keep it short, we work in industrial quality inspections. That means we look at products at the end of production lines and check them for defects. To do that, we leverage hardware, sensor hardware, and AI. That is myself and my co-founder Jörg, who has been doing his PhD at the Humboldt University and afterwards worked at the German Aerospace Center. That's where our science background comes from. Over there, he has worked in the perception for the autonomous vehicles, and he had developed a vision for tooling that makes it easier to develop complex AI trainings, and that's what we went in with. And ultimately, we ended up in the industrial quality inspection, and we sell hardware products to our clients in, for example, metal stamping or duroplastics pressing, foam pressing, to check their parts for defects. And how can I be useful for you today? I can tell you a little bit about what it's like to take that journey from coming out of a research institution, working in an interdisciplinary team and tackling the challenges that come with that, finding your first clients, getting traction, developing a product. And as I'm an architect myself, it might be interesting to hear from that perspective what it's like to come into a team like that and work with a highly science-based co-founder. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, I'm Nicolas, also here to add some of the startup perspective to the group. I have a background that I built a business before in e-commerce and fashion, where I was passionate about trying to create sustainable supply chains. It was a bit hard, so I went to the UK to research that for a year or so. Then I understood the problem statement we have is lack of data. This was the original idea of Telonic, which I then founded in Berlin. So I came here a bit over 2 years ago to understand how can we help companies to have a better grip on messy data. And I was fortunate to meet Katharina. She was my first contact here in Berlin, and she helped me start this journey to get access to research materials here, to have access to like a good ecosystem. And then, yeah, now next was Keats, another good ecosystem builder. So very fortunate here in Berlin that we have a great structure and system that helps also every kind of, I think, startup idea to thrive from ideation to actual business. So if I can add some perspective to that.
Thank you so much for the presentations. I think we get a very good idea of what you do and what the possibilities for us today are. So I'm eager to hear your questions. I'm sure there are some. Okay, first question. There.
Hi, I would be interested in like your experience, how it's like, because academia is one thing, having a startup, there is like a different language you use, different things you have to do. Although I feel like there is an overlap, because with my short experience is that startup is also like doing a lot of things, while in academia also do a lot of things. So I was wondering, like, with your experience, what were some things you were like, oh, I'm so glad I learned this in academia, or like, oh, I'm so glad I have this skill, or like, I really appreciated I had this experience from academia that you transferred directly to having a startup or working in a startup.
Who would like to answer?
I can start. So definitely on basically the content side of our work, obviously everything that transferred over from academia is crucial. It's essential to what we do, all the knowledge in AI development and execution of AI projects. But then there's also like a lot of surprising developments. For example, my co-founder has written like numerous project proposals in his time at research institutions. However, during the startup time, I have written all of the proposals that we handed in for whatever funding, because it's a totally different language and different approach, and you are trying to pursue a different goal with the document. So that doesn't mean that there is no like overlap, especially when it comes to work planning or methodical working, and you will find yourself obviously profiting a lot from the actual skills that you got. And as far as teaching goes, because that's another side of it, we've also come to realize that even if you're a great teacher, it makes a difference if you're talking to students who are highly motivated to try and understand what you are trying to tell them, as opposed to pitching, where you are trying to make it as easy as possible for whoever is sitting in front of you. So maybe that's my 2 cents for the moment. Maybe I get different ideas in a second.
Yes, so there's always some overlap, but I think it's fundamentally different. I think in academia, an important skill that's transferable is critical thinking, because ultimately startups need to innovate, they need to disrupt, so you need to find something that's not there yet, which is in essence research.
Could you speak up a little bit?
But the way how you do it is significantly different. In academia, you have lots of time to fetch out your ideas, to research and to iterate, but in a startup environment, you have no time. So you need to always move as fast as possible, so you have no time to craft the methodologies. You just experiment. It's basically continuous applied sciences and continuous developing something, you're applying it and trying it, unless you're in deep tech. So if you have enough capital to have a long time to develop, which you often have, it's a different thing, but regular startups like us, who go through most of the programs, you just fight to survive, get something done, get a new insight that translates into a new idea how to get business done. So it's way faster and more brutal. But rewarding too.
But maybe to add to this as well is, yeah, it's different. However, you as scientists are really great experienced already, so you have a lot of skills which you need. So analytical thinking you meant, but also your resilience, for example, or you always try to do something new. So that means you're the first in the market or the first in your research field, and you're doing it over and over again. Therefore, you're searching for a solution or to prove your hypothesis you have already, and you do this search again and again. So therefore, research. However, this curiosity is also quite essential when you start your startup as well. And how many of you have done an experiment and it was not the finding you were predicting coming out of it? So therefore, you have a certain degree of resilience already. Okay, get up from the floor, do it again, and so on. And in the end, it's always about, if you're selling your publications in a certain degree in the academia field, but in the startup field, you're selling a product. So in the end, it's quite comparable as well. And I think you're well prepared already.
And just to add a last thought to it, it's not just you, because you're operating as a team as well. So you can always craft a team where you combine your strengths and weaknesses. So if you know, I want to stay, let's put it, in the back of the project and be the giver of the idea, giver of science, but not be that present, not pitching. Look for a co-founder who loves being on stage, talking to investors, selling the product. So it's all about the mix and the team as well.
Thank you. More questions? Here.
Hi, thank you for your insightful...
could you speak up?
Yes, sorry. Thank you so much for your insightful contributions. My question is to Ms. Pololi. So, in your experience from successful startup grant applications, do you think how important is the overall narrative or storytelling of a funding proposal in comparison to its technical accuracy or the business or financial soundness? Which aspects tend to carry more weight with evaluators? That's one question. And the other one is, have you noticed any particular patterns or trends that are being, or ideas that consistently succeed with public funding? Maybe that's hard to answer, I don't know, but any trends in your current program management? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Starting from the first one, I mean, the application phase for Bridge to Market, as mentioned, is for very early stage startups. So we expect some concept already developed, but definitely the application for other programs like Exist or other public grants are more, are requiring more details because they are also sought for stages of startups that are later on in comparison to Bridge to Market. So for Bridge to Market, Bridge to Market is, let's say, an early stage program that then has a goal to prepare teams to apply to Exist. So definitely some requirements that fit into the Exist program are also considered for Bridge to Market, like the level of innovation should be similar to the one that then is accepted for Exist, or also there are some requirements related to the team members and team composition that should be fitting for the Exist program as well, to have more chances to enter in Bridge to Market. The application itself for the Bridge to Market phase is simpler, I would say, because it runs online. There are just some documents that we ask because we also modified a bit the applications during these 3 years of Bridge to Market. So we just ask for an elevator pitch video, pitch deck, and a couple of other documents related how to spend the budget during the program, and also the validation milestones that the teams would like to achieve during the program. So it's more to understand how the team is structured, but generally speaking, the evaluators check more about the potential of the market, of the idea, so the USP, and also with regard to the technology. It's important that you develop something that is unique and cannot be easily be replicated by others. So that's also something that the evaluators make the attention to. We ask also, for example, in the pitch deck to address SDGs, because definitely it's good that your startup has an impact for the society, and also we ask to address questions related to the competitors. So again, related to the USP, so this is a unique selling point, where like, why is your product needed for the market right now? It's definitely important to address. Sorry, with regard to the second question, was it?
If there were any trends that you were seeing in successful applications in terms of, I don't know, innovation or SDGs, I don't know, like you see that the pattern that you see repeats in successful applications. And I think the part, you already answered it, but I said that storytelling is very important, I guess, for and then there's, of course, the measurable, the financial, technical aspects. So is there like a balance?
Yeah, for the patterns, I mean, I don't evaluate myself the applications, being program manager, so we have a pool of people of science and startup evaluating, so maybe for that, Katarina, also that you went through some applications, maybe you can give some insights in that regard. Storytelling, I mean, if you also have already, for example, a team and you don't apply as a solo tech founder, maybe you can also share why you come up with this idea with this specific team and so on. So definitely appreciated also in the video as well as in the pitch deck. But yeah, not necessary, I would say. So it's also something that you can build up during the program, during the 6 months, because indeed that's for early stage startups, yeah. So if you have it, it's a plus, but not necessary. Maybe Kata, if you have some insights about the application.
Thank you so much for the question. When it comes to trends, I can't tell you the success rate, but I can tell you what I noticed when it comes to trends. When it comes to Keats, I noticed quite a few ideas tackling AI agents, education, and lifestyle in general, but also life sciences. When it comes to more generalistic programs, it's definitely also AI agents and agriculture as well, which I noticed is having a high volume currently. But yeah, it's different year to year, and when it comes to the programs, for example, the Bridge to Market program is offering a set amount of stipends, but programs like Exist, there are open amounts, so basically you have to qualify with your idea, with the team, and with a proper market to be accepted or not. But trends are changing each year, and yeah, don't just hop on trends, don't just drop in AI because it's a nice buzzword, but make sure why you need it for your business model. Any additions? All right.
More questions?
Yeah, hi. I was wondering in regards to the criterias of the age, you were talking about young people, I felt, I'm not so sure. There's the idea of my father, who is old. I am youngish, and I was wondering he's also now back in Ghana, but he was doing his PhD at the TU Berlin. I did my PhD at Hamburg University, so I was not sure if I can apply because he's the co-founder and he's the inventor of the machine. And he's old, I am about 40, I don't know. I have children, and I work. And when I check the things of monthly support, it's tricky for me. I was wondering if there is the potential to work maybe part-time, and if there's anyhow a chance, because he lives in Ghana, I live in Berlin, if that is even a case that a co-founder can live somewhere else and that the machine will also be producing activated carbon also in Ghana itself.
Yeah, my general answer would be it depends on the program, of course, so I can't tell you a generalized answer there. But founding with your father is, when it comes to public relations, it's public relation gold, because a father and daughter duo as entrepreneurs is always a lovely idea to push the idea outward as well. But you definitely have to see how the dynamic between you is. So taking care of, who's making the decisions, how do we communicate that it's really eye to eye. When it comes to Ghana, it's also depending on the program. Right now, for example, the Projektträger Jülich, which is funding the exist programs, they're trying to ease up the visa situation so founders can potentially come to Germany or Berlin for that duration. And the criteria for example, Exist Gründungsstipendium is that the team can consist of 3 people, and 2 of these people are supposed to, be an alumni or an employee of a university or research facility not longer than 5 years ago. And the 3rd person is somewhat of a wild card, so they don't need to have this 5-year rule. But as I said, it's depending on the program, because, for example, the Exist Forschungstransfer allows working in part-time specifically to allow you to combine family, children, and founding a startup. So I would definitely say it's depending case to case. If you have a super specialized case, I would ask you to book a consultation with us. It's always 15 minutes, so you can ask away your most burning questions, and so we can see what kind of program is or might be applicable for you, and direct you to one of our lovely colleagues to help you out with the program. Oh, this is a triftiger Grund. So, even if you're over the 5 years, we can somewhat negotiate the 5-year rules, because, building a family is a valid reason to extend this rule.
Absolutely, and from the Green Camp perspective, I can also add, for the grant, for example, we are welcoming international talents, of course. We don't care where best talents and best ideas come from, as soon as your idea or the material, maybe the machine from your father is producing, has a sustainable impact. So is this something the world needs right now? Definitely, and so therefore this is not a criteria for us at all. And also, we believe in the principle of proximity, so therefore we are building the chemical invention factory, for example, a huge building with lab infrastructure, where you can also build then your reactors or place a machine, depends on the dimensions you need and so on. To really have this support system, founders support founders. And when you're just bumped by occasion into a different founder from a different startup team, and they tell you, well, last week I had the issue of and they say, well, I had the same issue just 3 months ago. I solved it this and that way. So therefore building synergies is always quite essential. Therefore a certain degree of proximity is often needed. However, as I said, it's not an inclusion or exclusion criteria. And we also are really committed to diversity. So whatever your background is, whatever your cultural background, but also your family background is highly welcome, because I'm a mother as well from 2 kids. So therefore we as mothers learn so many skills you can use in the entrepreneurial journey as well. So therefore everybody is highly welcome.
Thank you. We have another question.
Just maybe I would like to add for bridge to market, indeed, like depends on each program, right, about the requirements. For bridge to market, of course, we have many internationals. The program is in English, also the accelerator at KITS, and we foster a lot also the diversity in teams. And as we receive many questions about visa, we also organized last week a Q&A session with the Projektträger Jülich, so it was already mentioned by Katharina, because they are trying to speed up the process for getting the visa with the GCCC. And we will have another Q&A session online on the 22nd or 23rd. I don't recall now the exact date, but everything will be written on our website and also on our LinkedIn account of KITS. And there will be another Q&A session online, indeed, addressing all the questions about visa, because we have many people asking about that kind of support, of course. So if there is any persons here interested in that, welcome to attend the Q&A session too.
So we have another question, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Realistically, if I am part of a startup, how many hours am I working a week? Can I take vacation in the first half year? How does it work?
It's a good question for the two founders here.
As a founder or as an employee?
As a founder.
Yeah, that depends on you.
If I don't want to fail, say.
So, like you are basically, you make your own life. That's the thing about being a founder. Like you make the rules and you are responsible for your own success and all of it, which translates for many founders in Berlin to basically an employee kind of lifestyle, and to some founders to having no free time. This is ultimately your choice. And the best founders, I feel, are the ones who manage their time really well. So the ones who are able to get to vacations, who are able to take the weekends off, they are like really good. Up to you. It's like a skill issue, I feel.
Ferdinand List?
I would add as well that it's important to build a company culture which you would love to work for in the future. That means establishing borders, establishing and pushing your boundaries, showcasing your boundaries. Because from the teams I see sometimes, I'm receiving mails, very late at night sometimes, where I also encourage my founders to take some time off, to relax a bit more, and to set their boundaries as well.
These mails you only get from me, not from my team.
Yeah, from him.
Maybe Ferdinand, we can listen to you.
Yeah, basically agree with everything that Nicolas said. It's really up to you, and it might even be very different within the team. And depending on the work you do, like, for example, my co-founder tends to put in more hours than I do, but he also enjoys his job a lot more than I do, which is related to just what has to be done. You know, like he is able to look a lot into scientific problems, AI-related problems, and then ultimately, you know how it is. If you do what you love, then 60 hours doesn't feel like 60 hours. And I myself, I try to handle it very differently, because I can't write proposals and do procurement and do outreach and networking for 60 hours a week. I know I wouldn't survive it, so I personally try to not work more than I would in any other job. Doesn't always work, works a lot of the time though, and ultimately it's really up to your time management and to your planning and how many things you take on, and if you are able to say no at the right times too.
You and your co-founder seem to have a very nice split of the responsibilities in the startup. How did you find each other?
We are cousins.
You're what?
We are cousins.
Ah,
your cousin.
Very convenient.
I have a question for you, Ferdinand. So you studied architecture. When was the point you got into the other field of AI, and what was that transitional moment?
To answer that, I think you have to know that architecture in itself is like a very transdisciplinary thing, because you have to work with a lot of crafts, and you have to speak a lot of languages, and you need to know planning, and you need to know the numbers, and So when did it start? Probably when I started to study architecture, because you can do a lot of things with that education. I worked after my master's, which was in 2019, at the University of the Arts. I worked in research in 2 different research projects for 4 years in total, and then my co-founder simply asked me if, because he thought I would be able to complement him. He asked me if I wanted to join, and that's basically when I started to look more into AI and from the technical side of things. But I've always been working in like transdisciplinary contexts for many years now.
Thank you. More questions? Please.
Thank you for sharing experiences. I've got a question that I would like you to imagine a scenario. So my question is about, imagine you're an academic and you have like this founding ideas, but at the same time you have to pay for the flat rent, you have to pay for your insurance or any other costs of the normal living life. So at what point you would think that, okay, I would leave my current position and go full-time with full power and full energy for my entrepreneurial kind of an ideas, or at what point you will say, no, first I have to put some really fundamental structure and meet a basis and find a co-founder, I don't know, find some fundings, and then try to leave my current position and go for a full power kind of founding positions or something like that.
Exactly, to keep your house and your life holding costs in the end. Therefore, we have these scholarships like BSS, Berliner Startup Stipendium, but also like Bridge to Market, but also like the grant I was mentioning. So really to have you a full day commitment in the end and for a certain amount of time, so like 6 months or even 12 months, to just try it out and match your partners and so on, and try to how much innovation is in your idea, and also to find the right market where you can place it in the end. So exactly for this is a purpose of those funding programs. And I was missing the second.
So I feel there is no universal answer. It really depends on you as a person. So for many people who can't just leave their job and return after, it's wise to validate a little bit on the side. Have a feel for it, maybe talk to some potential customers, develop on yours, just to get to a point that you have confidence. Finding a co-founding team is a different step. So doing this after founding is pretty hard, so it makes sense also to start looking before you make the big leap. But you need to feel ready internally too, because it's a huge change in life, so this is really different for different people.
And it's also about you're learning so much on the way. So as you mentioned, it's a point of timing. However, even when you come to the conclusion after 1 year, my quick idea is not technically feasible, or there is no market, or there are too many competitors, and I can't have a USP, a unique selling point on my own. You can also, you learn so many different skills and so many different things. You can also join, for example, another competitor or a startup and bring your skills in. So it's never ever a waste of time in the end.
Thank you.
I would like to add one thing. Yes. You should still do it. So I feel like when you have this tingle inside, you will regret not doing it. And the world needs more people who just push out and go for it, and ultimately it's as challenging as it is rewarding. So it's not for everyone, because it is a very high-risk endeavor, but ultimately the rewards are like the same level of spectrum outlier. So it's really, really rewarding too.
Very last sentence, if it's okay. If you're looking at programs, for example, like Exist Gründungsstipendium, STIPE, or the receivers of stipends are receiving 3,000 euros, so it's definitely not comparable to a basic salary. So no sugarcoating, there will be harder times ahead, but you shouldn't, as Nicolas rightly said, there is a misconception that, oh, I have an idea, I have to quit my job right away and should just focus on the idea. No, validate it first, but yeah.
Okay, our last question for today. Yes.
Maybe just before, while it's going to the other person, about bridge to market, with regard to your question, it's also possible to participate part-time because that's indeed for, yeah. So we have actually many research assistants that participate 50% and then they keep the 50% position at the universities where they are working. And also totally agree with what Petra mentioned. It's not necessary that at the end of the 6 months you decide to continue with that idea. You might pivot, you might also decide that that's not the right path for you. Entrepreneurship in general, still valid outcome. So we had different results with regard to the many teams we supported so far, and that's why it's for early stage teams, and that's why also we allowed part-time participation, because we know that is important, of course, to for you to keep the financial security that you need for the months of the program.
Great. Your question, please.
Hi. Thank you very much for all this information today. It was very helpful. I wanted to ask, if you're thinking about the country in which you should maybe found your startup, what should you consider? Because I'm not from Germany and I don't know if I'd want to have a startup in Germany, but there's programs available here. So should you think about your program? Should you think about maybe the people you want to hire, the market? What should you consider when you're making this decision?
I'm like super opinionated. So when I've thought a lot about that, and I think Berlin is a good choice because of access to public funding, which helps you to start early. Access to capital you will not find here. That's what the US is for. And access to customers is also pretty hard in Europe because people are not willing to innovate. It's a tough market, but if you find fantastic talent, and you can build fantastic cultures. So you can still, for example, we got our money from the US and we find our customers in the US and in India and in Singapore. And this is what still we are here. So the world is very global, and I think it's getting more important, like where you want to be based, because the proximity of environment creates also your culture, your access to talent. I think Berlin is a pretty decent spot for that.
Yeah, in the end, you have to ask yourself, what do I need to build it up, my startup? So, for example, if it's a sustainable material, you need a lab infrastructure. This you can find in Berlin, and but also a bit in Munich, for example. So you always have to ask yourself, what do I really need? And then find your perfect niche in the end, where it is. And also, of course, we are going international, so this is no problem at all, to change it after a while, after your foundation and so on. So, but for this, you also have to understand that the US market is working differently, so it's enough to have an idea and convince an investor, for example, whereas in Germany, you already have to have already, maybe in the chemical sphere, have to have a patent to get public funding, for example. So therefore, it's totally different. It depends on the field you are into. So ask you, what do I really need to get the record?
Okay, so we have to wrap it up. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you to the audience.
And if you're wishing for a personal consultation from either of us or want to know more about the programs, I would ask you to go to science-startups.berlin. Science-startups.berlin. Looking forward to having a call with you and to make your idea a reality as well.
Zeit gehabt.
Und dann machen wir diese Diskussion und dann sofort Closing, ja. Auch hier. Ja.
Es gibt auch diesmal genug Mikros. Guck, die haben alle jetzt eigene Mikros. Hast du eins? Du hast keins?
Wir nehmen dann eins am Ende.
Ja. Wir haben insgesamt 4 jetzt.
Okay, thank you for coming. Please have a seat. No? Okay, he's not coming in. He's just watching us from the door. Oh, you go back. Okay, so welcome to the panel Consulting. And my name is Caroline Batschu, for those who have not met me yet. I'm program manager for promoting talent at the Berlin University Alliance, and I'm the host today. So with me on the panel, we have our guests, Dr. Susanne Kortendick. She's head of Kortendick Solutions and brings a lot of experience in the area of management with major international companies, and she's the managing director and labor director, and she will tell us more about herself in a minute. Then we have here to her right, Dr. Heike Modest. She is also a data science teacher. Is that correct? You were, okay. You will tell us more about that also. And she works at Define since 2023 in the financial sector on blockchain and DLT projects. I'm very curious to hear more about that also. We have to her right, where are you on my card? Yes, you switched. Okay. Dr. Hedda Ofole-Knoll, she's General Director at Employers for Equality. And she also worked as a research assistant, so she will tell us more also about that, her transitions from science into the consulting sector. And on her right is Lotta Jansen. She's an HR consultant in the field of talent acquisition, employee relations, and organizational development. Welcome. And on her right, we have Dr. Diego Hernandez. He's a senior economist at Wifler Institute, and he works in the support for pharmaceutical companies, but also other stakeholders in the healthcare sector. So welcome, and I'm very curious to listen to hear more about your expertise and where you work. And I'm looking forward to your questions. So maybe we can start with Susanne Kortendick. You want to maybe expand a little on what you do and things that could be interesting for our postdocs. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Welcome, guys. And just let me do the little advertisement session, because I'm running workshops on how to transfer from academia into a different career from on October, I guess. No? And you find the dates, I guess, in your newsletter. I'm 62, so born 62, being now 62. Meaning I'm at the end of my career, and that gives me a different perspective on what you are facing at the moment. And believe me, it's a pretty normal experience that you are thinking about a transition. And that will not be the only transition in your lifetime. You will experience that again and again. So I just said to Heike, I started my career being an adult educator. And in the end of my career, I'm running my own consultancy business. I'm consulting companies on employer relations, on labor law, on restructuring topics, on C-level recruitments. So nobody would ever have predicted that I had such a career. And that is the same for you. If you are willing to change, and if you are able to convince others that you are capable to do the job, you will do it. And that is something I have experienced. I have lots of examples, and I think that is what you will experience too. So that is why we're here, ne?
Vielen Dank. Ja, I'm Heike Modest. I have talked to some of you already, which was very nice, in the other building where we offered information about my actual company, Define, where I'm working right now. When I was a very young child, I thought, great, the night sky is so beautiful, I'll be a researcher in that field and study astronomy once I'm old. So I ended up at university doing physics and a PhD in astrophysics. And I also did a postdoc, which was a great time. I enjoyed a lot. But then I ended up having children, and I thought, okay, maybe I need a stable job now, and I can't go with science anymore. And then I switched career paths and became a data science teacher at a coding school, Le Wagon was it, which was another great time. I spent teaching adults in data science and coding, Python coding and stuff. But then I applied to Define, which is a consultancy company. And so far, I really enjoy working with them, and the projects are as interesting as in science, I would say. And yeah, I'm happy to answer all your questions you have maybe regarding jobs in consultancy, which is not boring at all, I can tell you.
Yeah, hi. So I'm the General Director of Employers for Equality. It's the word, what it means. It's the fact of thinking in a different perspective of how you lead a team, or how you see the team, or as a team group understand that there are different diversity dimensions within the team, and if you want to have successful structures, you need to understand the background of it. So neurodiversity, or the aspect of racism, if you don't understand what it means, it's difficult for you to implement anti-racism structures within your organization. And that could also lead to the fact that you don't invite all the people you are searching for, because they observe that the structures you are designing are not meant for them. So the main focus is belonging, but you can only have belonging if you understand the variation of human being and the backgrounds of their identity. My background on research was always corporate social responsibility, always on the focus on the business level, what the corporate should do and be responsible for, also in the supply chain. And I followed this path actually
all the time, and still now I see this as a huge impact of my work, and I connect it always with the things I'm good at. So I enjoy networking, I love connecting people or organizations where I see the structure, and this drives me a lot. Like, what is my passion, what I can do easily without a glimpse, it's just easy for me to do. Being innovative, thinking new stuff, and I think this is what drives me a lot, that I always have the focus, am I in a position where I can be innovative and new thinking, and am I having an eye on the responsibility of where I'm working, what they do, and who do they invite to the party.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm not an HR consultant per se, but I work at B4 Institute. We're a research institute doing research in 3 different fields, namely health economics, impact valuation, and labor market. And I've been working there as a HR manager since 2022 with people such as my colleague Diego. And what I do is enable the people, the researchers in our research field to do the best work they can and best work possible. And because we have a lot of people like you as postdocs or after their masters joining us right out of university, I can maybe offer some insight into what it means for recruiting and for just general HR topics to transition from this university environment into a different job in the private sector. Sorry.
Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. I am Diego Hernandez, and as Caroline previously said, I am a senior researcher at Y4 in the Department of Health Economics. I've been working in Y4 for the last 2 years. Before I was in the academia, so I did this transition around 2 years ago. So I was in a similar position as you all were or are now 2 years ago. So I did my master in economics and then my PhD in economics from Heidelberg University. And then afterwards I was in the area of development economics actually. And then afterwards I was I went to the German Cancer Research Center, the KFZ in Heidelberg. I was working there as a postdoc in the Department of Health Economics for around 7 years, and then after that I joined Y4. So I did kind of like talking about transitions. So I did like some kind of like an area transition when I went from my PhD to my postdoc, because I switched like research area. So I was doing development economics and then to health economics, and then I did this transition to the industry 2 years ago. So yes, I'm really looking forward to share my experience and to open your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Immediate questions, like super spontaneous inspiration. Idea questions? No? Okay. Since you were talking about transition, I think it's important, it's something we have been talking also in the other panels, that moment that led you to leave academia, to take that step towards, in this case, consulting, but it's a big decision, and we were talking about many things, requirements, the best skills or advice on what skills to develop further and so on. So since it's just 2 years ago you made that step, maybe you can take us back 2 years ago. What were your thoughts, and were there some situations, people or circumstances that helped you to take that big step? You can also use the mic. It's all on.
It's already on? Okay. Yes, so I have to say that, yes, as I mentioned, I was working in a research institute for almost 7 years and as a postdoc. And the reason why I decided to make this transition was because I wanted to have more options, and I thought that in the industry I thought there were more options for career, because usually in research there's only like very few places where you can work on, And so I wanted to go to the industry to have more flexibility about like the roles that I can do, the different career paths that I can take, and also like the different places where I could work. So that was something that was very important to me to have more choices. Yeah, so that was one of the reasons I decided to do it. So it was more like a personal decision, I would say. And the way I did it was pretty much, so first it was very clear for me that I wanted to stay in health economics. So I was just looking to like different places where I could continue doing health economic research. So I was looking everywhere in the private sector, so in not only in private research institutes like in WIFOR, but also consultancies in pharmaceutical companies. And I was looking to the activities they were doing in the area of health economics. And as I see you, I was also like visiting career events and yes, to find out more about like the profile of the different places. I have to say that something that for me was very useful was to contact the alumni from my institute because then you know where your profile can fit well. So because you can know where the people are working and which, as I said, in which places your profile is desirable. But also it was good because then I was able to have a direct contact with the place and find out more about this place, about the activities they do, the research they do. And at the end, when I was applying, was also very helpful because I had somehow a reference, or they had a reference of mine, which is good when you're doing that. So yeah, so that's what I can tell about my experience about transitioning.
Okay, hands. Still no hands. They are coming. Oh, okay. We have two. Just a second. I will give you the microphone because we are streaming the event, so they can listen to your question too.
Thank you. I was wondering whether you could tell a bit about similarities and differences between working for your private institute and the public institute in health economics.
Yes, so I have to say that like WIFOR is a very research-oriented institute. So it's very similar in the sense that I keep doing health economics research, and I can make use of the different research methods that I was also using in the academia. So like the research is very research oriented. I would say that there are like two main differences. So like the first one compared to the academia is that like you have to deal with customers. Yeah, so you have to deal with clients. And so you have to like address the interest, their interest. And you have to be in constant communication with them. While in the academia, you are really by your own. You don't have so much contact with the out world, and then maybe, yeah. So maybe you only go to conference to have like feedback, but here in the research institute in WIFOR, yes. So you have to also address the interest of the customers, and you have to be in constant communication with them. So I would say that that's like one of the big difference. The second difference I would say is also that what they're interested in is a bit different. So like in the academia, like they're very interested about, I have the impression that usually people are more interested about the methodology, how you're applying the methodology, if it is valid, the assumptions, the limitations, and once you convince people about that, then like the results, they come more as something secondary. While here in the research, it's really like there's more interest about the results, what they mean, what are the applications, how could you apply them, how you can communicate these results to the different stakeholders. So yeah, so I would say that that's also, there is more like, the interest is more driven about the results rather than, that the whole process behind them, yes.
Someone else wants to add to the answer? No? Let's move on to the second question.
Hi, my question is, Susanna, I just checked your CV, it's kind of cool. And I just saw that after you did your diploma in pedagogy, you also did a diploma in kaufmännische blah blah, so like economics. Like, when you went from academia to do the work that you're doing now, like consultancy, how relevant is this kaufmännische degree? Like, do I need that?
What is your first degree?
I'm a cognitive neuroscientist.
Sorry?
I'm a neuroscientist.
Neuroscientist, I don't think so. I mean, it's always good to count the numbers, no? Because in economics, what are you doing? You earn money. No? That we are talking about profit. And so it's good to understand what you're talking about. But to understand profit, you don't need to be in economics. You do your household, you do your life, so you understand economics by default, I'd say. However, I mean, my career is very different from yours, because I'm much older. As I said, born 62. In my generation, there was no such thing like diversity management or combination of family and career. I'd once read statistics that 2/3 of the academic women of my birth year decided against kids. So did I. Because there was no such thing like you could combine those two. And the second very big difference was that one academic degree would have never been enough to compete with men. So in my generation, it was very common that we had to do 30–40% better than any man around to get the same opportunities. I hope that is different for you today's. Not sure whether it's always. But that is why I went back to university several times. No? I did my economics while I was full-time working. I did my PhD while I was full-time working. And my Masters of Executive Coaching was the last one I did in full-time working. And that, I think that is not common today. And that is more typical for the elderly careers, let's say. Now, today I would say if you are a neuroscientist and you are aiming to have a career, let's say in a business which is close to your scientific career so far, or maybe
definable.
Not so,
Yes.
Let's see. Then it's much more important, as I said, that you are able to convince your counterpart in the interview that you are the best person to run the job. And that has nothing to do with the degree you bring. That is much more in your personality, much more how you are prepared, how well did you understand the job advertisement, how well are you able to express yourself, and how well are you able to read your interview partner. No, so I'd say no, give it a go.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to add that actually I quit the research because of children. Or I got kicked out, kind of. But in a good way, because I was always back and forth when to end. And the professor made it end, or the research. But it was also because I didn't want to have this burnout structure. I said I'd take care of my child, and I will not teach at the same time. I feel very ill. And so that was that kind of, then this is it. It brought me still the topic I was researching on, and I feel this is my life, which was very interesting, is that I always enjoy, that's what I'm saying, I enjoy networking, I enjoy being at places where I'm surrounded with people who have the same topic, and I get inspired by, and through that I got my job. So the thing is, and since now I'm also in the board of a foundation, also that I got through a long time relationship with people. I'm in a network of CEO dinner of female, so I'm very strong in
groups of women empowerment structures, and I feel more safe to raise my hand and to be more critical, but being that critical, you get interest. So at the end of a conversation or a meeting, like, that was an interesting topic. That was very critical, but I liked it because now we can have a conversation and it's interesting and it gives a different perspective. And all my career paths were like that, actually. I went to I observe you now. I think the third time you are raising your hand, like, you know, in different settings. And this is where I realized I get the jobs in that direction. That was also, so it's not just always the interviews, but sometimes a relationship with people you make in the long term, and you enjoy being with them because they have the same topic. And you get inspired and get good ideas and new things to do, but you also get invited to other places again and again. And sometimes to have this calmness that 2 years later, somebody asks, do you want to become the board member of a foundation? Never thought of this direction, but it makes sense of this path of postdocs or doctoral directions, I feel. Yeah.
More additions? Okay, next question. Oh, sorry. I just need to turn my head like so. Okay, please. Next question? Oh, you can answer then. Next question.
Hi. I was wondering, and I would probably assume that applies to Susanne, but I would assume that just applies to Susanne because of her experience, but please, everyone be open. I'm looking into the differences or comparison between being an independent consultant and working for a consultancy. And I was just curious to hear about your views on it, especially working independently versus working in teams and being able to lead teams.
Okay, my career is a career of being employed versus being self-employed. So I started my business in 2020 when I was sacked from my last employment. No? So I know what you're talking about, guys. It was the worst 10 minutes I had in my life. And then a new life began. So that is my message to you either. No? You might have some really 10 minutes, but then life could be bright and shiny again. Let's say my view on consultancy is for sure a bit determined on what I have lived through as being a C-level member. So I was sitting many years in boards of directors, and I think I worked with hundreds of consultancies. As big companies, they usually work with all of them, McKinsey, Korn Ferry, and all the big names. I did not work so much with the small consultancies, so maybe that is, Heike has maybe a very different view on that one. However, when I started my own business, I was very much aware that companies do not necessarily appreciate consultants who do not fix the issue. And that was a very fast conversation we had previously, Heike and me. So many clients appreciate if you fix the issue. They don't want you to tell them only, there is an issue and you now have to fix it. I mean, that's not worthwhile, the 5,000 euros a day they are charging, but they want you to fix the problem. And that is, in principle, my business. So I'm stepping in, I'm doing huge restructurings, I'm negotiating with unions, with difficult works councils, and that is usually the job I'm hired for. I'm doing executive coaching in parallel. That's different. Then I'm hired by a company to coach a C-level person or a senior leader. That's a very different job. However, if you ask me about the difference, I'm good in working on my own. I'm good in organizing myself. I don't need a back office. So I'm my own assistant. I'm my own computer specialist. So I don't need all that backup. If you need that, and if you need a team to talk to on a daily basis, self-employment is not a good idea. Then you better go for a smaller consultancy where you have a team and where there is a stronger cohesion, no? and where there are simply other people you would maybe like. No?
Yeah, Yeah, maybe I can tell from the daily work in our consultancy, it's not too small. We have 1,800 employees already and still growing. So we are maybe not that not known on the market, but we are quite big, and all the clients, the customers that would hire us, they know about us. So it's mostly financial sector, banks and stuff. They all know about Define because we are some kind of expert in their field. So that is our daily work, to work for those clients. And we of course work in teams, and we appreciate teamwork a lot. So that is also something I like from the switch from science to the industry or to consultancy, that teamwork is appreciated. You have teams, you have experienced members, you can always ask people out, and everybody is interested in getting the problem done, which is a bit different compared to science, I would say, because you end up in details sometimes in your own research field. No one in the world knows about it. You can't ask anyone anymore because you are so specialized in some topics. You want to get that paper done or so. And then you end up working on your own on that topic. And I really enjoy working in the team and then learning from each other. That is a common thing in our company, and it's also the way of how we get things done in a short amount of time, for example. That's also different compared to science or working in the public sector or in academia, I would say. You can't end up with working on the last details to really understand the problem, because the client pays for it and he wants that problem being solved at some point in time. So you have time frames you need to stick to. It's really important because you are so expensive when they hire you. So it's all settled down in contracts, so the task you have and the time frame you have for that and the people you can use for that, so the team size and stuff, that's all quite strictly ruled out, and then you have to stick to that concept you have made with them. That is different working away, which I enjoy and which has some advantages, I would say. So I enjoy.
And maybe to add, it's also the network. You know, you then have potential clients afterwards, and you get the feeling of it, because if you have only been into research and then you get to become self-employed, then there was never this kind of network you could reach to who. How did you get these clients? How do you know, like, it's much easier than if you have a network and you are at different events, different, you know, environments, you get big company. It's a different thing, I guess. And there's also this play, I felt, like what you did, like they're different in lifetimes, there could be everything, you know, but I feel like to start with, this is what I observe is the huge network you can achieve when you are with people. And then sometimes many consultants also, if you observe it, they then get their own startup. They then get their own, and they collaborate with others who get to know each other, and then it fits, and then they build something new. And yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Hi, and thank you from all speakers. I had a question about transition from science to industrial consulting. But specifically, I mean that I'm studying physics, and I have some expertise in coding, but I'm not sure it is the coding skills that are needed in the data science. And I wanted to do you think that it's a good idea, for example, to have some courses for data, or you think that just taking a job will give this opportunity to learn the skills that one needs?
So in our company, coding skills are very welcome. It's not necessary when you apply, but you have to be open-minded, at least for these kind of techniques. And most of the employees bring some experience in coding. It's either Python during their scientific work or Java coding, whatever. So one language would be enough, but you need to have some experience, not necessarily, but it's very welcome. And also a lot of the work in our company, Define, because it's so technical, is coding. Not all of us do that all day, but you get in touch with coding. And it's appreciated if you want to learn more about coding. And we also offer internal courses, external courses, but we offer educational programs if you want to be specialized in these kind of fields. Oh. But if you bring it, that's why we hire so many people from natural sciences, because they automatically, most of them bring data science skills or coding skills, which is great to have.
Yeah, maybe I can add a little bit to that. In my experience, people from university often undervalue how much that skill is worth on the market, that coding skill. You often need much less than you already bring, and companies love that. Yeah, so definitely a very, very important skill that's hireable. And as you also said, companies are often willing to develop you as well. So if you bring one language, they're willing to help you learn another one, or work with you in identifying what else maybe you want to learn and develop. So I think that's a very big advantage of being in a company that also can help you adjust and develop more skills.
Maybe let me add something which is a huge difference between men and women in the application process. Now, we just discussed, if you see a lady reading a job advertisement, she would always say, oh, I don't know that, and that topic, so I don't apply. While the guys read through the advertisement and say, oh, I do it. And if me, being the capable interviewer, start really questioning his skills, it's sometimes a bit blurry. So I would say, all of you bring in so many competencies, as you just said, and so much experience. You don't have to be shy in your application process. No? Compare yourself with other candidates in the market. You are way bit better, way more experienced. And you bring in lots of project experience. Don't underestimate that. One of the key competencies today in almost every job is how to run successfully projects. And that all of you are capable of. You all have experience in project management and senior experience in project management. It's more about how to sell it. You all have it. I have seen lots of your CVs. You all have it, but you don't sell it good.
Yeah, maybe I want to add also something about like the programming language. So in my job, like many of us, we do coding. So we use statistical softwares to do the different data analysis or the different health economic evaluations. I think like I think like once you know like one or two programming languages and you understand the logic behind them, I think it's very easy to start working with another one, even if you don't know it that well. And nowadays there are so many resources with artificial intelligence as well that it really helps you to like to make use of other like programming languages, even without like being an expert of them. But coding is for sure like an asset for our company. Yeah, thank you.
Next question.
Hi. I wanted to ask a kind of general, let's say, philosophical question, right? I've always, like, I don't know the first thing about consulting, but, like, I feel there's, like, this contradiction, like, at the core of it, where, like, people who are experts in a certain field, let's say a bank, right? I mean, they know about finance stuff, you would assume, but then they hire someone from outside to, like, solve their finance problems and, like, pay them money. So, like, there's this, like, the consultant knows better than we do. And I figure that must lead to some, like, I don't know, conflicts and problems, right? I mean, is that like, how do you work with the people who actually work, you know, at the company that hires you, right? I mean, you can see it with like racism, where people like are just blind to it and say like, oh, we're being accidentally racist and you're telling us about it, right? I can see that that is not a core skill that like people would have, right, in a normal company. But like with other things, how does that work out in practice?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You come as a young person and you have no clue about the topic itself, and you are hired as a consultancy for a bank, for example, and they want to, for example, develop a new product for the client, and you have no clue about how a bank would even work because you have no experience in that kind of field, but you are might have done some kind of PhD thesis, or even you were a researcher maybe in your past career. So you shouldn't forget that you have some experience in how you deal with new topics, how you deal with the complex questions. You can answer stuff, you can understand stuff, you can analyze stuff, and that is a huge skill that they hire and they pay a lot of money for. That's also something you bring into the company. Of course, they also have good people, but sometimes they don't have enough people, or they need external people that have another view on the situation and analyze from the outside, which is also important. And of course, as a young consultant, you are never alone in such topics, but have a team around you with experienced people that bring the topic part of it. But you might be a good person in coding, or you have excellent Excel skills or whatever. You can deal with data, you can do machine learning stuff that might add to the team. And yeah, that is not, I mean, you shouldn't forget that you bring something to the company. Also, your experience grows. The longer you are in that consultancy, you might become a specialist for credit risk, or for blockchain topics, or for digital assets or something, or in the energy sector or whatever. So experience grows, of course, and those people that are in that company for a long time, they already have it, and you learn from them. So that's also what the clients ask for. They ask for a team with experienced people and young consultants that are cheaper, but still bring some good knowledge or some good skills to the team. So that's how it works, and then you'll grow with experience.
Yeah, and don't forget, companies will not hire you to explain them how a bank works. They will hire you because they are failing with the new software implementation. And they need a manager. They don't need a software specialist. Usually they need a manager who's training their organization to implement a software package. And that is definitely, I have not seen any of your CV here sitting around, but I would say all of you know that. You have an eye for complex topics. You know how to analyze a problem. You know how to build a working package, and you know how to instruct others. And that is what you need. And the question always is, how do I sell that? That is the key question. And that is the same for all of us in consultancy, because usually we are hired as well for problems we don't know in advance. The client usually doesn't know what kind of problem he has. So I'm usually hired for rather complex topics, and every time I'm entering in the company, I say, oh my God, that's completely different from what they told me up front. But that's a normal business, and I hear that from any other consultants as well. And that is our competence, to help the company understand where do they stand and what would be a good next step. And that all of you know how to do.
Yeah, maybe I also want to add something, and is that part of a project that we participate in, it also includes an initial phase in which you have to get familiar with the topic. So, for example, in health economics, like every time I start a new project, I have to get familiarized with a new health technology or a new condition, a new disease, and this is something that takes time. So they don't take for granted that you are an expert in this topic, and within the project timelines, then we plan like some time in which we get familiar with a specific topic. So yeah, so that's part of it. Also, learning about something new is part of a project, actually.
Thank you. I would still like to add something. So I know you, but I feel like sometimes also consultants, or in general, if you are trying to solve an issue, because we are not robots, we are human beings, and I feel sometimes this can be forgotten. And if you don't know the people in front of you, sometimes you don't understand why this didn't work out. So I feel like social competencies are highly important in this whole structure, for you also to understand and to zoom out, to be able to understand in what environment are you solving the problem, who is part in that group. And I think this is, in addition, we still should have in mind who's missing. Why is there tension, although it all is working after I came in, and sometimes it's also maybe you didn't ask the right questions. Maybe you didn't ask questions at all. You just thought you are the amazing person and you know it all. This is also very important sometimes, how to communicate yeah.
Thank you. There was, oh yes, please.
So thank you very much for your experience so far. And I was wondering, if I want to become a consultant, how do I make the transition if I don't want to end up in one of these huge major consultancy companies? Because to me, I have some ethical issues. Maybe I shouldn't have them to start with. Maybe that's a myth. And you tell me, no, they are not evil and it's just part of their job. But I find the smaller ones much more interesting, and I wonder, how do I get into these, because maybe they can't afford me with having zero experience, and maybe they don't have like a traineeship program or whatever. So do I have to, is there this one Bildungsgutschein thingy that I have to do and then I'm like super qualified, or what would you recommend to become attractive for these kind of, you know, medium-sized, healthy, with a conscience kind of companies?
I can talk for Define. So we are a medium company. We would always be interested in candidates that bring a scientific background. So whenever you are familiar with analysis and numbers and maybe coding even or something, then it's always a good match, and you should definitely apply. And we hire very different people from experience level. I mean, we hire master students, but also postdoc experienced people, so from the mid-20s to 40s also. So there is no limit also. We would hire people that have some working back experience. It's called consultant, and then you would develop from there and become a senior consultant, and then you can start from there. But all the people, most of them that start with Define, they would start with the consultant position. So also experienced people, they start with the same career level at the company. That's the way we do it, which works out very well. So there is no issue about that, and it's nothing too bad to think about also. You just start, and then you are all on the same page. If you bring that experience and have a PhD, then you can go up a bit quicker than those without a PhD. That's the one advantage you have. But then everything else is basically the same in the beginning. But you gain your experience, and then you can grow in that company. And the skills you need to bring here, as you can see, if we hire master students compared to postdoc PhD students, then there is no real skill you need to bring, because a master student doesn't have that so much. He just finished the studies maybe in some scientific field, but then he applied and got the job. So there is no real necessary skill you need to bring, but you need to be that open-minded and to be willing to learn these kind of things. So.
Yeah, maybe to add, there's probably a lot more consultancy companies than you might think, because obviously you have the huge ones, you have Big Four and like all of that. V4 has about 80 employees, so we are pretty small. We're maybe not super standard consultancy, but we do consultant work. And I feel like it's worth it to look out for the smaller ones as well, maybe also via the topics you're interested in. So your research niche, your topics you want to work on, look for conferences, papers, whatever networking events, and just start from there and look what kind of people are running around, because a lot of applications that we get are from conferences our researchers go to, and then people become interested in our company and then they apply, because to everybody that's not in those specific research fields, we're nobody. Nobody has heard of us, but once they get introduced to our research, they know about us as an employer and then apply. So I feel like that's very worth it as well to look from that direction.
Okay, last question. Or do we have more? How many questions do we have? 1, 2, 3? Okay. So I just wanted to organize breathing minutes between the panel and the closing lecture, but maybe we can move a couple of minutes after 5. Okay, 3 questions. Please go ahead. Who has the mic?
I have the mic, yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. So my question is more in terms of mindset. Do you think there are any mindset shifts that one needs to make while transitioning from being an academic to being a consultant without a formal business background? Like, of course, with the analytical research skills and project management, all of that problem solving, but the language of business? Do you think there's something that one needs to shift, or are there like any tools that one should learn, or I don't know, study materials or things that one can do to make oneself ready to deal with business clients?
What I see academics do if they enter into business is they are communicating in a way which makes your counterpart feel stupid. And you're really great in doing that, folks. So that maybe that is something you should be aware of. No? Nobody wants to look stupid. So, so please take care for not having those 1 kilometer long phrases with 5,000 words I've never heard in my life. And so that, I mean, that's making it difficult. However, if you manage to bring it down to something which is understandable, maybe you imagine to talk to a family member who is not in research or in science. No? You would not use your scientific language with a family member. You would do it a little bit lower. And that is maybe the first step. And then what I tried as well, and I heard that from others as well, if you do maybe a text, you could use the AI tools to bring it down to something which is less scientific. No? You do your first draft in your common language, and then you tell the AI, do it for me in business language. And at least you get a first draft you can work on. No? Maybe that's not your language yet, but you can use it. And that is maybe a good exercise for the first documents you do.
Thank you. Second question.
Okay, among our postdocs, I often hear the fear that they say, okay, we stay longer in research, and maybe for the positions to which we apply, it's not really necessary to have a research background, because of course, if it is required, then the longer you stay in it, the better it is. But otherwise, do you think from your experience, the people you saw, the colleagues, people you hired maybe, are they somehow burned? Is it really more difficult for postdocs to do the switch then beyond academia or somewhere? And should this be the case, what is the attention focused on? You know, which kind of storytelling would you see more likely to work within a company so that it doesn't look like a failed academic, what is often the fear or what?
Yeah, I need to answer that because your career path, and I'm not sure whether it's yours, but those kind of career paths where you switch to industry or consultancy after a time in science, they are totally normal at Define, for example. You would have so many colleagues that have exactly the same way of career path, and you shouldn't feel you shouldn't feel embarrassed or something and say, okay, I failed my scientific career. Then every Define employee would have to talk in the same way, but they don't. They all meet, they all have a career path in academia, and they like to talk about it during coffee break or so, but then they just go back to their tasks and do the work, and they don't feel bad about leaving science or so. So I also left science. I was sad at that moment when I decided, okay, you know what, I have to leave. I can't afford to run for the next position in some other country of the world and take the children with me and my husband and stuff. I can't do that, so I will quit science. And it was a bit sad because astrophysics is so nice, I thought, and astronomy, and I was always fascinated by. But now, you know what, I feel very good in that company. I enjoy my daily working days with the colleagues and the tasks as well. It's interesting, it's complex, it's fun, and it's changing a lot. It's a very dynamic working environment. So it's great, and people don't feel bad about leaving science, at least at Define. And they all have the same story to tell. Yeah. So.
Okay, very quick.
Maybe just to add, I feel like, especially when it comes to consulting, what you have to bring in is something new. So the basic of what my research, career was, is bring something new, find a new solution. So if that is your main aspect, or was your main, then it will come, or I will always search for that. Whatever kind of job I have or kind of consultation, I cannot bring not any innovative impact, So that was bringing the light within me. But I also feel, be sad, have that moment, be with others and have that sad moment. I mean, I think it's important to have to have that, to say, okay, goodbye, and find new collaboration. And I feel sometimes also, I think also consultant companies, they do collaborate a lot also with the university. So they should not, and if you are interested in that, tell that to the consultant company. Let me be part of that connection, at least in the beginning, so it doesn't feel so hard of a break. I mean, why not, you know, yeah.
Yeah, it's not such a hard break. Also, at my company, they try to write scientific papers, for example, in some specific fields. Like, for example, in the blockchain field where I'm working, we are writing papers and we are publishing them. So it's still similar to the scientific work. Also, the working environment feels very similar to academia. Yeah, because you meet so many colleagues. So yeah.
Maybe I want to add something very short. I think like my experience is also very similar in the sense that I don't see it really like a break. I see it more like a continuation of my career, in the sense because you know but I have to say that our company is very research oriented, and for example we also like publish a lot. There are like many customers that want to publish results in scientific journals. So yeah, so I still feel that. In a very research-driven environment. So I see it myself as a continuation, actually.
And don't forget, there is no career without disruption. That does not exist. And anybody who's telling you something different is lying. It simply does not exist. No, we are having careers of 40, 45 years. For sure we have disruptions. And the only capacity we would like to see is how well do you manage. The fact that there's a disruption, that's not the problem. But if you allow the disruption to destroy all what you are, that's the problem. So I guess all of you have a very good motivation, and that is that I guess for many of you, science does not, or let's say, is not able to offer you a sustainable living. And that is a very well accepted reason to change. Huh? And that's fair. And that is always something you can communicate very easy.
Thank you. So the last question for this panel.
Thank you. Maybe a bit a personal question. I'm wondering about whether there are sometimes motivational issues. So in research, it's usually the case that motivation is intrinsic, that you are the person who has decided that you are working on that project, which leads to the case that you typically like your work, you care. But in consultancy, I would imagine that you do not have that freedom, and so you use the term evil, but it may be just the case that you do not care for your client. You get that project and you think, well, actually I couldn't care less for your problem, you're paying me for that. Is that sometimes a problem? Does that happen?
I can imagine so, yeah. I think in what I've seen so far, there's probably some motivational lows at some points, but that's also normal for people who've not done the PhD thing or the university thing, maybe more so for sciencey brains. But I think it's been mentioned a couple of times, you still solve problems in your daily life. It's still, there's a problem you need to solve, and it's your expertise that solves it. And I feel like, maybe Diego you can add, but I feel like from what I've seen, that's sometimes enough to be able to like crack that specific problem that nobody's cracked before for this company. That adds to motivation. But yeah, you need to figure out if that's enough for you. But I feel like for most, or some people at least, it is.
Perfect. Okay.
Just
super briefly.
Okay. So from experience, I would say you always get adapted to the topics you get onto your desk, and then you start working on them, and it's okay to do that. Sometimes, yeah, it's about motivation, I would say, because you don't care about banks' products or something, but you have the task on your desk, you have the team around you, and the things need to be done, need to get done, so you just do it. And I think you have similar issues in science. Sometimes you need to do stuff you don't want to do, so you just do it. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's a bit, I understand your question very well, but you get adapted.
And maybe to add, to know that you are in a room of people who are also very smart. You know, it's not that they're smart maybe in other things, but in the consultant area, there are many postdocs and doctor, you know, so it's also like you're in an environment where like there's, you know, brain in the air. Like, so that excitement could be also something. It's where do you want to work and where you get filled, inspired by others. Could be also something in addition to solving problems all the time, knowing that who you are with. Yeah.
Brain is in the air, I like that. Let's wrap it up. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to the audience. So let's grant ourselves 5 minutes or 4 minutes to breathe, and then we'll have the closing lecture. Please do not forget to evaluate. There is a QR code somewhere. There. Yes.
Reflexionsphasen zwischendurch, die kleinen, halt ein bisschen kürzer.
Ja, aber ja genau, vielleicht
Perfekt, kann ich sagen.
Nee, ich kann dir also Viertel vor, dass wir irgendwie so das 30 vielleicht ich glaube, die Luft, das ist schon, also dass wir dann nicht, also dann will ich auch dieses Closing nicht so lange rausziehen, aber okay. Welcome, welcome from the other building. Please come in, join us for the closing lecture. Okay, we'll start in a minute. Please, would you like to come in, have a seat? Okay, so welcome back for those who were in the other building, and I hope you enjoyed some very interesting panels and that you could take a lot with you from this day. We still have one session left, which is the closing lecture. We will now welcome Dr. Angela Siebold. She studied history, political science, and educational studies, and she worked several years as a researcher at the University of Heidelberg and Frankfurt. And she now works as a systemic coach and as a freelancer with Vila Arbeitsmarkt, and she will talk a little bit more about that. And her talk is called, "What Does the Post in Postdoc Stand For? Your Professional Future Outside Academia." So please, give a hand for Angela Siebold.
Yes, thank you all a lot for the invitation to be here today. Thanks for staying here for so long, for your motivation to listen to this last lecture today. I would like to summarize perhaps a little bit to give you some ideas of a self-reflection, perhaps also like you have in mind the whole day, the discussions and impressions. And I would like to invite you to some self-reflection and consideration about what you got from this day concerning your personal, professional, future life. So we will try to talk also a little bit more personal. At the same time, I will try to give you some information about the external circumstances. I think both is very important to make a good decision about your professional future, considering the job market and the circumstances, as well as your personal situation and your personal professional profile. Before I start, I would like to tell you a little bit about my background, so where I come from and on which ideas this talk is based on. It is first based on my consulting experience for Vila Arbeitsmarkt. This is where I am a freelancer and often go to workshops or lectures like today. I don't know if anybody besides you knows what it is. So it exists already since over 30 years, and it is a job platform or a job board that has been founded as a non-profit association to work especially along the link between society and science. And we try to offer especially perspectives for graduates with a focus on the so-called academic generalists, or a lot of you are academic generalists. That means you are graduates with a wide range of competences that are not clearly related to a specific job profile. And as a subscriber of the Vila Arbeitsmarkt, you get access to these informations, to the job ads we collect and publish, as well as to the application hotline, seminars, a coaching pool, and a mentoring program. So if you're interested, take a look at the website, or later on I can answer your questions. Second, besides my work at the Wieler Arbeitsmarkt, I work as an independent coach, especially for graduates and postdocs, with a special focus on the cultural sciences, the social sciences, and the humanities. But of course, a lot of questions are general questions that come along when you think about leaving academia or if after you have been graduating. And third and final, of course, I really would like to give you some insights or personal ideas from my own experience as a former postdoc. I completed my PhD in 2012 at the University of Heidelberg, and then that was about 10 more years at the University of Heidelberg first and then in Frankfurt, and collected a lot of experience. After 10 years, I decided to leave academia. And for me, I have to say it was a very good decision. After all, it was not an easy decision because we were talking about this earlier. Before I will give you some ideas of your self-reflection, what you can personally do about your perspectives. I will give you a very short overview about the academics in the labor markets and their situation, especially for the PhD, for those who gained a PhD. And my idea would be that I hopefully will give you some ideas or impressions or ideas, or you will perhaps get your own ideas by listening and talking to me or to all of you about your own perspective of what your post and postdoc could stand for. But first, the numbers. As you can see, the annual average number of unemployed persons with an academic degree is quite low. So this are very good news for all of you in Germany who have graduated from a university, or that they will have probably a very good perspective on the job market in general. It is, as you can see, it increased a little bit during the COVID-19 crisis in 2020, and again because of the economic slowdown of the last years, but still it stood permanently under 3%, and a rate under 3% is normally defined as full employment of a section, so your prospects are still very good. As you can see, in contrast, the greatest risk of becoming unemployed in Germany is borne by those without formal qualifications. This reflects structural change. The number of jobs requiring high levels of qualifications has increased, while the demand for low-skilled jobs remained at a lower level. If you would like to see, perhaps just to get an idea, at the field-specific unemployment rates by fields of study, it's just, I don't think that it has much of an impact for your individual perspective, but so you can see, I'm sorry for the charts, they are in German because of from the Arbeitsagentur, Agentur für Arbeit, published, but I'm sure that you will all understand what's written here. So you can see perhaps where your own field of study is located. More interesting for me is the question of the occupational field you will work in, and there you can see that the lowest unemployment rates are found in administrative professions and among teachers. These fields are characterized by a high job security offered in the public sector, so the occupation-specific unemployment there is really very, very low, as you can see here in the administration, under 1%, and the teaching nearly the same. Unemployment is also very rare in social work, technical engineering, law, and in the fields of medicine and pharmacy. But after all, I think it's important not only to have a look at the unemployment rate in general, but also to ask how it can be characterized, or what's perhaps the problem among those who still have to struggle with unemployment, even though they have a PhD or a graduation. And there you can see that if you take a look at the left graphic, it's the amount of the duration of the unemployment is not very often very long, and this is that means not longer than a year. That means compared to other groups at the right side, you can see that the main issue is not long-term unemployment, but unemployment due to job searching. That means it's the German term Sucharbeitslosigkeit. So the time until you get a job can be a little bit longer than in other fields. But once you have one, you have got very good, you're in a very good situation that it will take for a longer time. So these are all the informations about graduates in general. Of course, we are here at the Postdoc fair, so I want to take a closer look with you to the situation of those with a PhD. There are a lot of good news. I want to tell you, also encourage you for the next months, probably for you looking for a new job or thinking about leaving academia, because the unemployment rate of persons with a PhD is even lower than among graduates in general. Professor Schneider already mentioned this in the morning at the opening lecture. It is among 1% until 2%, so really very, very low. And there's important for me that you keep in mind that you still can have this time of perhaps 3 or 5 or 10 months where you are looking for a job and don't have one. To remember that in general the prospects are very, very good for you. Another good news is with a PhD you will probably get into higher positions. Doctoral graduates are more likely to hold management positions than those without a doctorate. The numbers are there. They're a little bit older. I'm sorry I didn't found the newest ones, but the one I found was that 40% of doctoral graduates hold a management position 10 years after graduation. For bachelor's and master's graduates, however, this figure is only 25% each. So this can be a big advantage. Applying for such a position with a doctorate can be an advantage also, especially in the face of high competition. But in reverse, I have to say, having a doctorate, of course, you all know this, does not automatically mean that you will get a job in a management position. We will have a closer look to this later. The third good news is, that you will probably earn more money. Also here, I want to tell you the numbers. Graduates with a PhD earn a higher average income than those without a doctorate. 5 years after graduation, doctoral graduates from the 2013 cohort, this is the number, have an average gross annual income that is almost 20,000 euros higher than those without a doctorate. But there are 2 possible restrictions I want to add here to this number. One is that, I already said this, salaries are not dependent on qualifications but on the job, and a doctorate is a scientific qualification and not a management qualification. That means that it's not an automatical way that you get the higher position because of the doctorate. So it is important to find a job where you get a responsible position, but in the competition it can be an advantage to have received the doctorate. My second restriction is that there's a very wide range among these, the group of the PhDs. As a historian, as I am, for example, the doctorate will certainly not, I will certainly not earn as much as an historian on average as someone with a doctorate in medicine or similar. So this is the number of the better income, is the number of all of the PhDs of the whole group. So before, I don't want to tell you only numbers today, so I would like to ask you if you could think about, besides these advantages, there are also special challenges you have to face. As somebody who left academia, perhaps with a PhD, and is looking for another job. And I would like to invite you to discuss it with your neighbor for a few minutes, for perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, what comes to your mind? What specific difficulties or challenges do you have to deal with because you completed your PhD and are now looking for a job? So I'm curious what comes from your discussions. So please. Okay, thank you a lot for, thank you. How can I stop it? What do you think? Thank you very much for taking part in the discussion. I would like to ask you to stop the discussions now with your neighbor. And perhaps you want to share a little bit. Thank you. I am curious what was part of your discussion. Perhaps one or two of you would like to share what you discussed. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, okay. So perhaps we're going to collect a little bit. Perhaps you can make it very just short. Perhaps try to, because we have not so much time left, tell me some keywords perhaps. Thank you a lot for your ideas. Yes. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, these are also some of them are also ideas that or problems that graduates in general have to struggle with. If you compare yourself to your situation you had after your graduation and now after your PhD, perhaps what changed in the meantime that can make it even more difficult for you to proceed now in this kind of career outside academia or in general? Yes? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that you mean that you have gained more theoretical and scientific insights, for example, but not perhaps more practical working skills. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes? Yes. Okay, so if you're perhaps too long in the academic bubble, try to find something out there. Perhaps let me just summarize it. Perhaps some of the ideas have been are here that you have already told, but perhaps I can complement it a little bit. Challenges persons with a PhD often have to face is, we have been talking about this a lot today, was the question, what is your work experience? And this is very important for me to tell you, because you all have work experience. It's more like perhaps research experience, but it's very important that you are able to reflect and to define and to communicate what your actual working experience is. So you all have been working pretty hard, most of you, to complete your PhD. So really try to define what is your experience in the last years, especially because you are probably a little bit older than most of these who just graduated, and explain what makes the difference, what happened in these 3, 4, 5 years or longer, what made this with you, with your professional personality. So try to be able to communicate this. This work experience often has, or this not true, but seen as lack of work experience, often correlates with this formally overqualified idea. So this is a strange situation. Sometimes if you are come to the labor market as a young professional and you have gained a PhD but can't explain what your work experience is, so this can be difficult. So try to make there really get an idea of where you stand there and what you can offer. It can be, of course, that you are not that flexible anymore than graduates are. Perhaps you arrived in a city where you like to stay, perhaps you founded a family and have kids to feed, or perhaps you just don't want to move anymore any longer. And these are things you should keep in mind, and that these are things that can make it a little bit more complicated for you as well to find a new job or to take the next job you get offered, because you have got other standards, perhaps as somebody who just graduated. We already also talked today a lot about the specialization and that you are probably highly specialized. And I would like to invite you to contrast this with your definition of practical skills. I will talk about this later a little bit, and also Kirsten talked about this in the morning already. So I will give you some additional ideas about this. And of course, we were talking about the management positions. A lot of people can achieve with a PhD, but there's still among these positions a very high competition. Before we will talk about these strategies, what you can do about these challenges, hopefully, I would like to give you an idea of how others perhaps feel about this situation. And I would like to ask you, before you take a closer look at the chart, who of you already knows where you want to go to after your PhD? So in which field? Doesn't have to be exactly, but who has an idea of it already? Okay. Yes. Yes, so, or most of you perhaps, I talked to some of you today, and a lot of you told actually I would like to stay in science or in the academic field, but the situation is that I can't afford it anymore. I don't want to have this fixed term contracts anymore, anything else, something else. So perhaps it can help you just to get the idea that you are not alone if you don't know yet. Because as you can see here, I hope you can read it, I will tell it to you, on the questions, where do you want to go after having completed your PhD, 37% of the PhD students say we don't know yet. So this is a lot, this is a large number, I think. While 14% want to stay in academia or in the academic field, and 1/3 more or less wants to go into the private sector. So this is the plan, the idea during the PhD, and I would like to tell you in a second overview. I give you an overview about what happens actually. Where do PhD students actually then work after having completed their PhD 7 years later? And this is, as you can see, and the number changed a lot. So here for the private sector, it was 30%. So nearly half of the PhDs go or work 7 years later in the private sector, while 24% are still in the academic system, 24% work in hospitals or medical practices, and 4% in other public services. So this should give you an idea perhaps where others go to, and also that it's very important, I think, to keep in mind that you can have, it needs time to make such a decision, and it's nearly normal that you don't know during your PhD. If you summarize it, as a person with a PhD, you have an above average chance of getting a well-paid and responsible job. However, it can be particularly challenging to find the right job. Or to make a long story short, a good life outside academia is possible, but it is really important to do something about it, to find this job that you can, where you can find a good professional life after academia. I would like to give you some ideas of how with which kind of strategies you can strengthen yourself on this way. And these are strategies I often use also in my coaching sessions with graduates or with PhDs. And I think it is very important that you, first of all, ask yourself, what are my questions? What is the thing I'm struggling with, or where I have problems perhaps to go to one step more forward? And I would like to give you some questions as an example I had by myself. I had to think back to about 10 years ago when I was thinking about leaving academia, and I really enjoyed working in science. I also enjoyed teaching, but I had a lot of questions. One of my questions was, will I ever get a permanent contract? I had in 10 years, I think 11 contracts, so this is not unusual. And after some years, perhaps you don't want to have this insecurity anymore, and also that somebody else has the power to decide from month to month if you want to, are able or allowed to stay at the university or not. Another question I asked myself was, will I be willing to move to any city in Germany or even into another country to push my further scientific career, and what kind of consequences will there be for my family and for my private life? In this time I already had my first child, and this was of course then another question for me than before. Another question was, will I be willing to do unpaid research on weekends anymore, in addition to my unpaid care work I already do? So this was really hard to decide, this precious time of the weekends, how do I deal with this deadline of a paper I had to write and of my child I wanted to take care of. Also, I wasn't sure if I wanted to spend my life researching and specializing, or if there was also something else I enjoyed at university. And what helped me a lot was to think about what do I really enjoy in my working time. This was, for example, discussing with others, developing solutions for problems. So building up relationships and also having an intellectual, interesting conversation. So I started thinking, perhaps there's a possibility to keep these activities without staying in academia or without staying at university. I also asked myself, what did I miss at work so far? What would I like to have? What brings me joy at work, and which problems I don't want to deal anymore that are typical perhaps at university. And also what kind of values are important for me at work. And then of course there came a lot of questions like who will see me, who needs me, what can I do for work, how and where do I start? So all these questions about action or implementation. And based on these examples, I would like to invite yourself to write down for 1 or 2 minutes on your cell phone or paper or whatever you have here, spontaneously, what are your questions? What questions do you have concerning your professional future? And try to be really honest to yourself. Okay, I just got the information that unfortunately I won't be able to complete the whole presentation because there's a thunderstorm warning and we have to leave the building in about 15 minutes. Right, in 15 minutes? So I will try to make it short, and I would like to offer all of you that perhaps I will go to the end of shortly of my presentation, that you note my contact, and please, if you are interested in receiving the presentation, write me a message and I will send it to you. Okay, I'm sorry for this. Also, if you have got any questions afterwards, please write me an email or a LinkedIn message. Okay, I will leave it here for a few minutes. Okay. So, but it's very important that you all are able to go home safely. So perhaps then I would like just to give you an idea of what kind of reflection, self-reflection or coaching process you are going to.
Sorry, you don't have to hurry. The thunderstorm will be in Berlin after 6 o'clock. So we would like to stop at 5 so that everybody who has an hour
Okay, thank you. So, what kind of advice I would like to give you is that you assign your questions you already have, and you can repeat it at home, of course, that you try to assign them to one of these 3 fields and ask yourself, in which field I actually need help or support or want to do something. Is it more like the field of orientation and information? So the question, for example, where do I actually find a job, and how can I how can I get into this process, finding a job, looking for a job? Or is it more the field of self-reflection and decision-making? That means, for example, what are your strengths? What can you do the best? What do you really like? What's your interests and values? But at the same time, please reflect, is there something perhaps that's holding you back? Do you miss some kind of clarity still to make a good decision? Perhaps you haven't decided for yourself really clearly if you want to stay in academia or not. What can help you to get forward in this question? And also the self-reflection concerning like your self-belief. Perhaps there's something you have to work on your self-doubts or on your confidence stepping into another professional field. The third field is more the field, I think the easiest one, because it doesn't, you don't need so much for this, but to start, perhaps for some of you it is also a very hard field, but if you try and start step by step, it's not the most complicated one to start action and implementation. So what can I actually do to get the job? So I'm very sorry that I can't offer you all of these informations. I would quickly try to shorten what already have been discussed a lot today, and would like to perhaps go to the part of the self-reflection, because of the first part, the orientation information, you heard a lot today. So these are what I would like to give you, what kind of message is that you should try not to only define your values, interests, and competences, but, for example, find some kind of competence you are good at, and at the same time you enjoy doing it, because all of you are able to do things you don't actually like. So try to find the 1 or 2 or 3 competences you really enjoy and you like doing, because in a working life you will spend a lot of time doing things, and if you don't like to do it, it can be quite difficult for you. So this is the questions I would like to give you, perhaps as a take-home message. Try to define what others say about you that you are particularly good at, and also try to define what you are good at and what I also at the same time like doing. Okay, this is what I already told you. Then perhaps again I would like to stress or encourage you to try to make this translation of your competences from the academic to another field, to the targeted job market you want to go to. And this translation of your skills, I would, we already talked about this, the panel before, in the consulting panel. I would support the idea also that you use AI for this. Write down your competences. They are very academic, probably scientific competences, and ask an AI tool if they can translate it into another professional field where you want to go there. And this doesn't mean that you don't have to think about it yourself, but that you get some ideas what kind of competences are needed in other fields, and how am I able to offer these competences, something like project management, for example. Okay, perhaps at the end you can perhaps reflect for yourself, if you can really write down, perhaps tonight or tomorrow or the next days, what actually you have learned during your research process that can be perhaps translated into other fields or into practical skills. And I'm sure there are a lot. I can tell you, the more you get out of the academic bubble, the more you realize that it's not a matter of course that you can do something, so that you can that you are able to write, or that you are able to analyze, or to ask critically. So these are things you are able to do, and you should be aware of it and try to find the language you need for the target job market. Okay. And the last advice, perhaps before we have to stop, is I would really like to encourage you to start right now with all of the ideas, and perhaps you can make a note for yourself what you want to start with at first. And I would give you the advice to start with your networking, because networking takes a lot of time, and it's important. You can start it in a small one. You can start with your neighbor right here, networking. You can connect yourself via LinkedIn with all of us here who have been today here, and write us messages, ask us any questions you're interested in. So this is what you can do up to today. And so your network will grow and grow, and perhaps in a year you will have a proper network that gives you the next job. So I think I'm going to stop here. Thank you a lot for your attention. I'll give you
Thank you, Angela Siebold. Please make sure you write down her contact if you have more information, and you can also contact all the other speakers of our panels. So thank you, and I really hope you made some new contacts and got information on what skills to develop. Make sure you check out the Postdoc School of the Postdoc Academy, where we have workshops and where you can find more information and also coaching opportunities. Since this is an event that is free of charge for you, we have a request. Please fill out the evaluation. We have this barcode that is also on, you might have seen on some walls, but I will also put it up here, just a second. So here, okay. I hope your phones can reach it. Please fill out the evaluation. It will just take a minute. It would be good if you could do it now. I know maybe you're a bit stressed because of the thunderstorm, but as Professor Hunke said, there is enough time, so we don't have to rush. Yes. Yes. Oh. Yes, maybe. Maybe.
Your question. I can't tell you what to do, so this is important that you make the decision for yourself. I just would like to, because a lot of people say you need a big goal and then you can follow this goal and then you will find your way. I would perhaps see it from the other side and say find the next step, because acting is much more important than making big plans. Of course, it helps to have a vision, but I think you should just think from step to step. So this is what you are already a postdoc, so you are in this postdoc position or situation. So try to define what makes your what you do right now professionally important to you, and what do you want to keep, and where can you do the next step to. So there's no general answer for this, I'm sorry.
Okay, so thank you for your still filling out the evaluation. I would like to just take the second and thank Regina again, the team at Postdoc Academy, the team at HGS, at the Humboldt Graduate School, the technical assistants and the technical team, and everyone. Also you in the audience, we hope that you enjoyed today and can take away new friends, contacts, collaboration, ideas, inspiration, and also you can always get in touch with us and with the speakers, and yes. So I would like to give the last word to Professor Hunke, the director of the Humboldt Graduate School. So,
thank you, Caro, and also first of all, thank you for your moderation, Caro. Yeah, it was not planned that I give a last speech, but first of all, I would like to thank you also for staying and not for fleeing after we announced the thunderstorm. As Caro mentioned, I'm the managing director of Humboldt Graduate School, but I'm also at the Berlin University in the steering committee responsible for the objective promoting talent, and by this we design all the actions for PhD researchers, for postdocs, but also for R3, so for Eminöter group leaders, or also for professors. And besides, thank you for staying, I would like to have 4 small points. First of all, I really would like to encourage you to take the homeworks seriously that were given you by Kirsten Rode this morning, which was to network. Just do it. I know some people ask, what is when I'm a shy person? I'm also a shy person, but training is absolutely helpful. Then also, Angela, and I'm so grateful that you're this flexible to speed up what's really a pity for your presentation. But she encouraged you to look a little bit and to reflect your skills and really do that. And there's, as a second point, something I would like to, kind of an advertisement. So Caro just said, look at our webpage for the Postdoc Academy. There you will find something that we designed for you, which is called the Online Competence Tool, where you can look what kind of skills you have already achieved. And then you take Angela's advice, put it into your favorite AI, and ask the AI for what kind of other career does that might fit. And yes, of course, we have clustered it already a little bit so that you get an idea also when you would like to stay in academia. So bring me to the third point. At the beginning of this morning, there was a question whether or not universities have something not only for postdocs but also for PhD researchers. I just would like to clarify, because during the day there came people, why don't you have something like this? Of course we have something like this, not only for postdoc but also for PhD researchers at the BUA, the Berlin University Alliance. It's called the Graduate Studies Support Program. And as you can imagine, I'm the head of Humboldt Graduate School, so each university has also a hub for docs and postdocs where we think about your career, so please take also a look at our universities. And as my fourth point, I also would like to thank the team of the Postdoc Academy, because it's really a fun to create such an event, to prepare it in this close collaboration, and really to, it's a lot of work, but it's also fun. And I would like to thank especially my team, because it's the one thing that the Postdoc Academy team, we're working together, but there's a lot of stuff behind. And I would like really to highlight two people. One is Niels, who just loves to hide. But as you can imagine, this room is not made for presentations with a beamer. And he arranged everything, because last year we were only in the other building and we realized that's not good. And so he really, during the last couple of weeks, he arranged everything that we were able to do something like this in this room. Thank you for that, Niels. And as Caroline also mentioned, Regina, and she's not hiding. Hi. So without Regina, this event would also not be possible. She's doing, I would say, since October last year, all this planning, managing, contacting Angela, and so on and so on. Thank you so much. You might wonder why I will not give her a bouquet, because it's nuts, because all the bouquets here are from her. So thank you for that. And I think that's it. And thank you for staying this long. And I wish you really a safe way home.